Good morning to the paddock here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. It is time for finals day here at Karting Genk, the home of champions, for the conclusion of the opening round of the season. Just a little bit of an announcement to make to everyone that is wanting to enter our next round at Wackersdorf here at the paddock, and also for those considering that at home. Entries for our second round at the Pro Kart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf, taking place between the 4th and 6th of September, are now officially open. So yesterday we had 21 action-packed, dramatic races here at the 1,360-metre circuit, but in just under 60 seconds' time, we start finals day off with a bang, as we start with the second chance heat for Senior Rotax. 6 places will be up for grabs, and battling for those will be 18 respective drivers. After the intermediate classification saw our top 30 drivers now through to the 2 finals, the first of which will take place at 11:50 this morning local time. So for the first time on Sunday, the green flag waves at the end of the pre-grid. So we have 18 drivers. The bottom 3 on the grids showing on your screens at home are not taking part. On pole position, representing the Netherlands will be Jordi van der Eyck, and alongside will be countryman Maurice Schuring. France's Arthur Horsch and Germany's Fabian Bock round out the top 2 rows. Row 3 is Belgium's Lars Zenen and Spain's Manel Galofretona. Kilian Tarnier from France and Flint Schuring from the Netherlands complete the top 4 rows. And rounding out the top 10, Yash Ramjankan, who celebrated a birthday yesterday, and Linus Hensen from Germany. Leander-Luc Schneider and Bart de Wit are on row number 6, ahead of France's Christophe Capitain and Zen Rudenberg from the Netherlands. Completing the 18 strong as they now go on to their formation lap ahead of 10 minutes plus 1 lap of competition will be Drek Jansen, Emily de Hoys, Beer Dorstein and Felix Varget. Well, it looks like we've got 15 drivers now, as Drek Jansen, well, it looks like we have got Felix Varget as a non-starter. Drek Jansen also as a non-starter as well. So rounding out the 15 strong will be Emily de Hoys in the 3:39. The drivers, all 15 of them over the next 10 minutes or so, will battle for the final 6 spots for our 2 finals that start a little bit later on. The first of our 6 finals before the lunch break will get underway at 10:50 local time. Now they all get into formation as Emily de Hoys brings up the back part of the grid as they now come through the exit of turn 12. Red lights on the starting gantry. The Senior Rotax second chance heat goes into life. The revs rise, the lights go out. We are off and racing into turn 1 as Jordi van der Eyck keeps the lead for the moment. A little bit running wide there by Maurice Schuring, nearly 2-3 abreast at some points as the drivers make their way through into turns 4 and 5. As there's a move, that looks to be Fabian Bock trying to go up the inside of Arthur Horsch, and the pair were side by side for a moment. As some drivers looking towards the outside of turn 7, towards the back part of the field. Looks like Emily de Hoys has already made up at least 1 place going through into turn 7. All 15 drivers still circulating. A very, very clean start. Very cleanly negotiated as a move up the inside for second position. Means that Fabian Bock from Germany up from 4th to 2nd before the end of lap number 1. But now, well, just keeping an eye on the timing is Artur Horsch now trying to go up the inside of Maurice Schuring and makes the move stick through going into turn 3. Having made the approach on the slipstream through into turn 2. But Schuring gets a bit tail happy coming out of turn 4. And on the back bumper has Spain's Manel Galofritona as up the inside. That's Linus Hensen trying to make some hay whilst there's an opportunity. And up the inside goes one of the drivers, that's Lars Zanen, having got past Artur Horsch, I believe. And that was for 3rd place. And at the moment, as now Linus Hensen goes side by side and goes barreling into the side of Manel Galofritona, but the Spaniard very, very much a case of keeping him at bay, but Hensen pounces through the inside of turn 12. Manel Galofritona tries to get the switch back. As now the lead changes. Fabian Bock up the inside of Jordi van der Eyck through turn 2. And in the minutes in the drop zone, on the cusp of it is Spain's Manel Galofritona. As Linus Hensen, who started in P10, now up into the final spot. And again, Manel Galofritona is trying to fend off. Looks to be Emily de Hoys from the Netherlands, who's got up into 8th position. 7.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And now Fabian Bock is trying to get away from Jordi van der Eyck, but the Dutch driver not letting the German out of sight. Black and white warning flag for the 311, and that is of Linus Hensen. So coming across the line, Fabian Bock has a 0.2 of a second advantage over Jordi van der Eyck. Lars Zanen running at the top 3, representing Belgium. Artur Horsch from France in 4th place. Maurice Schuring from the Netherlands and Linus Hensen from Germany round out the top 6. Emily de Hoys trying to battle with, well, it looks like I'm just keeping my eye on things because I think Emily de Hoys is going to try and get up into the top 6. The Dutch driver has been showing some good signs of pace throughout the weekend, but on qualifying heats it wasn't easy for the 339, who is now past Linus Hensen. So Hensen now is in the danger zone. De Hoys now closing on the 314 of Maurice Schuring, who started on the front row. Top 3 line astern at the minute. Bock versus van der Eyck and Zanen. Artur Horsch a little bit lonely in 4th position as Emily de Hoys now is in 5th place. But they will now come down the main straightaway on the back part of the circuit. As Kylian Tarnier was trying to get past Flint Schuring in the 316, and that would have been for 10th position. Top 3 coming out of the exit of turn number 11. And De Hoys is now up into 5th place and is starting to chase down the drivers in front. And in the process, Emily de Hoys on lap 4 took the fastest lap of a 55.216. Lars Zanen looking up the inside of Jordi van der Eyck through turn 2. And the pace that Emily de Hoys is setting at the moment, put in a 55.216. That was nigh on, nearly 0.4 of a second quicker than Artur Horsch. As the top 3 still pretty much even Steven as they come through turn 9 down towards the right-hand sweeper at turn number 10. Just over 4.5 minutes remaining. Now, all results today will be classified as provisional, as they are called, as Manel Galofritona sends it up the inside of Maurice Schuring. Through into turn 12. The Dutch driver trying to get through on the inside. goes side by side with the Spaniard. It's a drag race down to turns 1 and 2 as Lara Zanen goes up the inside of Jordi van der Eyck. Through into turn 2, makes the move stick by turn 3. Maurice Schuring in the meantime, gets a little bit tail happy coming out of turn 3, and that allows Manel Galofretona to get back pass. So Emily de Hoys on lap number 4 was the fastest of anybody in the field and was the quickest out of the top 5. So the Dutch driver looking to make good her intentions of trying to get as far up the order as possible. The higher up you qualify in the second chance heat is where you end up on the grid for the 2 finals later on. And the top 5 starting to concertina. Henson looking a little bit lonely there, but is still rounding out the top 6. As now Lara Zanen now goes into the lead of the race, having got past Germany's Fabian Bock through the exit of turn number 2. A little bit further back, there's a good little squabble, and that has Kilian Darnier leading that train ahead of Leander Luc Schneider, Yashram Jankan and Sven Rudenberg. Last time around, when we completed another lap, the top 5 were covered by just under 1.25 seconds. And so whilst the top 3 were battling for bragging rights going into the 2 finals as the best placed of the second chance qualifiers, Arthur Horsch and Emily de Hoys have been catching them considerably. As now de Hoys going into the toe and sends it up the inside of Arthur Horsch. Up into turn 2 and neatly gets 4th position. And now has the top 3 in her sights. So Kilian Tarnier now up into 8th position, having overtaken Maurice Schuring a little bit earlier on. There's now the top 5 coming through turn number 8. Lara Zanen leads, Fabian Bock in 2nd, Jordi van der Eyck in 3rd, Emily de Hoys closing in 4th place, and Arthur Horsch not too far behind the Dutch driver in the 339 from JJ Racing. As now Arthur Horsch, well, Emily de Hoys has got past Jordi van der Eyck into P3 as Arthur Horsch and Jordi van der Eyck battling away over 4th position, and the French driver strikes, gets up the inside for turn 2, goes ultra defensive through turns 3, 4 and 5. And now van der Eyck will get the advantage going down into turn 7. And that has allowed Linus Henson from Germany to also close up in the meantime. Just over 60 seconds of this second chance heat, plus an additional lap still to go. And fastest lap of the race on lap number 8 by Emily de Hoys, a 55.190. So the Dutch driver firmly has got the bit between the teeth and is charging forward at a hefty rate of knots. 42 seconds on the clock as the leader crosses the start-finish line. We now go on to the penultimate lap. Now the battle for 4th place is really heating up, being led by Arthur Horsch. Jordi van der Eyck is being closed on by Linus Henson. Then it is Galofretona in 7th, Tarnier in 8th, Maurice Schuring, Luc Leander Schneider, Yashram Jankan, Bart de Wit, Sven Rudenberg, Flint Schuring and Christophe Capitain rounding out the 15 strong, who are still circulating. So timer is about to expire. We now hit 0 on the clock. After this, 1,360 metres of the second chance heat for Livestream Rotax still to go. As now de Hoys trying to close on Bock for second position. Arthur Horsch keeping van der Eyck and Henson at bay. De Hoys looking to do her best to get past the German up ahead from Voigt Motorsport. And now goes up the inside through turn 6. Nice and cleanly done. But now Fabian Bock back on the counter offensive. heading down into turn 7 for the last time. Linus Hensen senses an opportunity to go 5th. Right on the back bumper of Jordi van der Eyck from the Netherlands. Lars Zanen in the meantime has started to pull away and will come through turn 11 for the final time. The GKS Lemons Power driver has one more corner to negotiate. And Lars Zanen from Belgium provisionally wins the second chance heat ahead of Emily de Hoys, who started pretty much last on the grid and up to second. Fabian Bock from Germany takes P3. Arthur Horsch 4th. Linus Hensen managed to get past Jordi van der Eyck in the dying stages of the final lap to take 5th position, with Jordi van der Eyck taking 6th. Kilian Tarnier in 7th, getting past Manel Galofretona from Spain, ahead of Maurice Schuring, Yash Ramjankan, Bart de Witt, Leander Luc Schneider from Germany, Zen Rudenberg, Flint Schuring, and Christophe Capitain. But Lars Zanen takes the win in the second chance heat, with the first of 2 senior Rotax finals taking place at 11:50 this morning, local time. Well, that was the aperitif before the main course. As at 10:50 local time, that is in around about 35 minutes, we start the real true test. Finals day is upon us. 12 more races to go, and at the end of it all, we will see our drivers hit the podium, and also from our micro and mini-max competitors, who will be the first driver in the 3-race calendar that those categories have to take a ticket to the International Trophy at Portimao in early December. Join us just before 10 to 11 this morning as we go into battle with Micromax for their first of 2 11 minutes finals, plus an additional lap.
De deksel moet het dicht doen, ja. Nee. Ja. Parkeren mogen niet, hè. Ja. Niet te warm zijn. Ja, dat wel, maar. Geen 10 voor. 10 voor. Een paar minuten nog. Dat is een kleine mannen die dan de micro is. Ja, dat is het eerste van al. Dat zijn eigenlijk 3 van al, hè, vandaag. Heel groot en dan middag. Half 2. Ja, dat zijn micro's. 5 voor 2 mini, 20 voor 2 junior, kwart voor 3 senior, 10 op 3 DD3 en 5,5 4 de masters. Dat is gedaan. Ja. Gedaan. Ja, dat is de reeks. Dat is een schakelkaart, hè. Dat is een schakelkaart, hè. Dat is het. Precies het eerder ook. Kleintjes, dat is nog op dikjes. Kom met de senior. Dan deed ik 4 de masters en schakels.
Over the next few hours, 12, 7-6, first final, second final. The grid is set. We are just over the second play. First 6 finals will take us through to the lunch break at around 12:45 local time. First, 2 Micromax finals. We do have an amended grid. After 3 race victories yesterday, Max Scott Marsh, Great Britain in the number 57. Drivers now head on to their formation. Timer now set at 7 minutes and now at 11 minutes.
Different temperature bracket that we are now in. We're in the low 20s, 21 degrees currently, and that's Celsius with regards to air temperature, as the drivers now will make their way into turn number 8. So they're just trying to get themselves into the correct grid order. So with regards to the points, it will be 25 for a victory, 20 for second place. And if we get a tie in terms of positions,
Last results. Have had it before. Two drivers on exactly the same spot. One driver had a country off. Rotax committee of March. March on the beneficial in the second final in Spain. Took the overall junior win. Now come through. Team travel. Red lights are on. They go out. We're off to racing the first final of the day. Down to turn 1. Good work, boys. Stop.
past Mies Huben as it's and then someone goes bouncing off of the curbs there. And that was at the back part of the field. So at the moment, Max Sadursky is currently leading the way in the number 19, followed by Scott Marsh. Mies Huben from the Netherlands in P3. Jake Menton in 4th position. All 8 drivers still circulating at the moment. As they now come through turn number 11 and into turn 12 as they start to get their way around the first lap. So line astern between the top 3. Swiderski leads, Marsh in second, Mies Huben third. Fourth it's Jake Menton ahead of Zdenek Babishek, who's being closed in on and now passed by Boaz Maximov. And Babishek tries to go up the inside through turn 3. Runs a little bit heftily over the curbs and has to drop back. And then it's Avisil Kurtai from Austria and Casarino from Germany. All 8 runners and riders still circulating as Mies Huben has got past Scott Marsh for position and had made the move complete before turn number 7 off of the back straight away. The top 3 last time around, when we completed lap number 1, were just over a quarter of a second from front to back. Just under 9 minutes remaining, plus an additional lap as Marsh now back up into second position. And Marsh now trying to go for the lead as Max Swiderski runs very, very wide. Oh, way too wide, and that allows both Scott Marsh and Mies Huben to get past. And Jake Menton could have actually capitalised there and gone up into third place. So the Brit now leading ahead of Mies Huben. Jake Menton closing up. Oh, and there's a tap from behind on the back bumper of Swiderski that nearly unsettles the number 19 into turn 7. But the Dutch driver keeps it nice and calm and composed. Goes towards the outside and takes a cut across approach through into the entrance into turn 9. As Casarino trying to close on Avisil Kurtai for 7th position. Marsh now trying to break the momentum that is being carried by Mies Huben. There's Menton. Huben runs wide. Oh, we've had one spin around. And that was the 32 of Boaz Maximov, who went into, and the rain has started to fall once again. So 7 minutes and 38 to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. The drivers are now going to have to start tippy-toeing around the course. And it is starting to intensify a little bit more. So the drivers now, really, it is about just sort of surviving through this race. Oh, and Scott Marsh has gone off of turn 7. Swiderski manages to get through, and we've had another one go off. That was Jake Menton. So the drivers now really, the Mojo tyres that they're using are going to be like they're driving on ice at the moment without any studded tyres as Marsh goes towards the outside. The rain coming down. And I've just seen, I think that's Mies Huben, who's now all the way down the order. As Zdenek Babishek now up into second. Scott Marsh powers his way past. Oh, red flag has been called. Red flag has been called. Race director has given us a stoppage with the inclemental conditions now worsening. And he's stopping the drivers on the starting grid. So red flag has been called. So now Niklas Casarino and Jake Menton will take up their places at the tail end of the field on the starting grid. A very, very wise call by our race director to call a stoppage with 6 minutes and 50 on the clock to go. So we were fast approaching. We were a minute and 20 away from the halfway point of this race, but red flag has been called in the first Micromax final. After a short delay where rain did stop play here at Karting Genk, we are back underway. But the timer was set at 6 minutes and 50 seconds on the stroke of the red flag. As now the drivers will make their way around the circuit, which has been now made a little bit green, let's say. It's going to be a new challenge for the drivers. And it's not just the Micromax drivers that are out on the circuit at the moment. They will do a sighting lap or formation lap, and then they will get back racing. So the timer has started counting down. They are under a full course yellow condition all the way through the lap. So the drivers now making their way towards turn number 7. And when we come through turn 12, we will be back to full green flag racing conditions. So when the rain decides to add a bit of spice to the variety that we have, and they do say that variety is the spice of life, this is going to possibly give us a bit more dramatic measure throughout the course of the racing day. So all Micromax drivers have had their Mojo dry tyre, slick tyres changed to the relevant wet ones that they, up until this point, haven't had to use. So it is a new way of trying to find out how you're going to be able to push the limits. So what will happen is that we will be in the formation as per the positions of the drivers as they finished on the red flag. Now we go lights out and off with 4 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock. Scott Marsh trying to get away from Mies Hooben, who's going around the outside. Oh! Now I'm not too sure if there was a little bit of contact there, but Scott Marsh goes 180 degrees and backwards off of turn 2. And I think also Max Sadursky is now down in 6th position. Scott Marsh now having to fight back in this first of 2 finals. Now I wasn't too sure if there was whether there was a little bit of contact or whether the back end of the number 47 of Scott Marsh ended up going tail happy and around, going through turn 2, because it was a different start at that particular time. We went lights out and we went to green flag conditions. So Mies Hooben leads the race. Second is Jake Menton. Drivers now making their way down. And it looks like Avisil Kutai from Austria now up into 3rd place. Boris Maximov in 4th. Max Sadursky trying to use as much of the track as possible and gets past Boris Maximov for P4. Just over 3 minutes plus a lap of this first of 2 Micromax finals here at Karting Genk. And Hooben leads by over 9/10 of a second from Jake Menton. Third is Dragos Avisil Kutai from Austria. Max Sadursky now P4. Boris Maximov rounds out the top 5 positions. Kasarino, Babishek and Marsh. That is the running order at the moment. And you can just see the amount of different lines that drivers are taking, and Max Sadursky went round towards the outside of turn number 6, and Boris Maximov looked to be a bit more composed trying to go through turn 6, and is now by the back bumper of the number 19 as they go through turn 8. As Mies Hooben goes to the right, goes to the left. Jake Menton did briefly take the lead, but now Mies Hooben has it back with him at the moment. Scott Marsh, sideways by Mies Hooben, trying to go through and negotiate turn 10. Menton looking towards the inside through turn 11 as they now pick up speed and momentum heading to turn 12. And one of the biggest things that the drivers should be aware of is that the curbs will be incredibly slick. Huben now trying to fend off Jake Menton again. Menton goes towards the inside of turn 2. Goes up the inside and manages to get his way past Mies Huben. And that was through going into turn 4. Even with wet weather tyres, the drivers will try and use as many different racing lines as possible, because all the rubber that has been laid down over the past few days since Wednesday, the grip now is not there. And the wet weather tyres will bring up the rooster tails at the back axle of the karts. Mies Huben now is trying to close on Jake Menton, who leads coming into turn number 10, as we've got just under 35 seconds on the clock to go. Plus 1 lap. So when Jake Menton, who started 5th in this race when we went lights out initially, now leads. Huben in second. As Huben now goes up the inside of Menton, tries to go and get the run and goes sideways through turn 2. Menton goes up the inside and gets the lead back, coming through turns 2 and 3. There's now Niklas Casarino now trying to get past Zdenek Babishek for 6th position. And Scott Marsh trying to get back with the rest of the field, but the Dan Holland Racing driver now down in 8th position. Boris Maximov in the meantime has got past, as it is nearly, Mies Huben goes round in the inside of Jake Menton on this particular occasion, through into turn 8, but then Mies Huben goes towards the outside of turn 9, trying to get the cut back through. The two were nearly side by side, but Mies Huben powers past. So just to let everyone know that we will have a 20-minute delay until the lunch break as of the junior Rotax session for final number 1. So we're about 20 minutes behind schedule. We go on to the final lap now. Mies Huben now has a lead of around about 4 and a bit tenths of a second. Dragos Avisil Kutai from Austria rounds out the top 3. Then it's Max Zadersky. Just behind, well, not that far behind is Boaz Maximov, with Zdenek Babishek and Niklas Casarino in 6th and 7th. And then we have Scott Marsh. Final lap for Micromax. Final number 1 as Jake Menton tried to look up the inside of Mies Huben. So the number 28 from GKS Lemons Power leads at the moment, coming through turn 7 and gets a bit tail happy again, trying to put the power down through the corner. Menton starting to close. And it's less than a half a kart length between them as they exit turn number 8, and Menton strikes through turn 9, runs wide coming out of the corner. Huben again gets the power down, the pair side by side. Oh, that was very, very close there coming into turn 10. Huben now loses the back end a little bit. Menton goes a little bit wide coming out of turn 10. Into turn 11 for the final time, and Mies Huben trying to strike, trying to power out of the corner, getting the traction through into turn 12. Menton trying to go towards the inside run. Huben looks over his right shoulder. The checkered flag waves, and after a drama-filled Micromax final number 1, Mies Huben takes the win by just 0.344 of a second, and Jake Menton punches the air with one fist to celebrate a 2nd position. And Dragos Avisil Kutai from Austria, who started down in 7th place, takes 3rd in this race. Max Zadersky would recover to take 4th position ahead of Boaz Maximov. Niklas Casarino, Zdenek Babishek and Scott Marsh round out the 8 strong. And a nice little bit of sportsmanship there from Mies Huben, who wins a drama-filled, red flag stopped Micromax final number 1. Ahead of Jake Menton with Dragos Avisil-Gotai rounding out the top 3, followed by Max Sidersky, Boris Maximov, Niklas Kasarino, Zdenek Babishek, and also Great Britain's Scott Marsh. And they will have their next final after the lunch break this afternoon.
Niet mijn probleem. Ja. Deze race niet meer de volgende. Die gaat wel spannend worden, denk ik. Goed. Juist, ja. Die een tweede Jake Menton.
Now from one final to another. Next up it is Minimax, final number 1 here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. So the lineup after 3 qualifying heats yesterday arranged the following grid. Renault Fernand Franco from the Netherlands will start on pole position as there is a little bit of drama for the 197 of Matthijs Soubadou. Tam Saleh from Germany will line up alongside the Dutch driver ahead of Matej Radenkovic and Karel Stout, who make it an all-Belgian Row 2. Jasper Leenaerts in the 177 completes the top 5 ahead of Vidmar Aljaz in the 126. Matthijs Soubadou from France will start from 7th. Oh, and we've had a spin from Bolouet, I think. No, that was Vic Stevens. My apologies there. Going through into turn 7. Thiemenhuben down in what is 8th place. Vic Stevens will start 9th. And Bolouet from Belgium will round out the 10-strong grid. So we have approximately a 20-minute delay at the moment regarding the proceedings, obviously after the red flag stoppage during the Micromax first final. And that will be from when Junior Rotax gets their first final underway after the Micromax drivers. They go onto the formation lap. Ahead of 11 minutes, plus 1 lap of racing round here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. So just a quick refresher of the grid. Renault Fernand Franco from the Netherlands will start on pole. Germany's Tam Saleh will be alongside on that row in the 150. And it's Matej Radenkovic, Karel Stout, Jasper Leenaerts, Vidmar Aljaz, Matthijs Soubadou, Thiemenhuben, Vic Stevens and Bolouet. 10 drivers set to get their opportunity of a ticket to the International Trophy at Portimao in early December underway. The weekend winner in both this and the Micromax class will get a ticket. The 10 kart strong field now exits turn number 9. And it is a GKS Lemons Power front row. And it will be down to Franco and Saleh to keep things under control, keep things composed until the lights do go out. The red lights are on the starting gantry. The timer will start counting down the moment we get the chance to go racing. They now make their way into the tram lines. The revs rise, the accelerators are pressed down hard. We are lights out and racing. As Saleh, Radenkovic trying to go up the inside through Fernand Franco. And that isn't, now Jasper Leinert tried to go for the lead through turn 2, and he's trying to go for it again. It's a 3 wide for GKS Lemons Power going through turn 3. Oh no, Radenkovic goes in and spins it out of turn 4. Oh my goodness, Radenkovic in dramas off of turn 4 into turn 5. And as Jasper Leinert is making brilliant progress. He started from P5, and I think he is in now second position, as now coming through into turn 8. Leinert's to the inside, now takes the lead. And that is ahead of Germany's Tam Saleh. They now come through turn number 9. These conditions really testing the drivers. As now Tam Saleh and Jasper Leinert's nearly interlock wheels coming out of turn 9. Down into turn 10. The German takes the lead. The kart understeers. There's a little bit of oversteer when Leinertz is trying to put down the power. Karl Stout now rounds out the top 3. And the 169 of Vic Stevens now in 4th position. And Radenkovic now is quite a distance behind the back of the field, which has got Mathis Soubadou. So Tam Saleh, Jasper Leinertz, Karl Stout, Vic Stevens, and now Thiemen Huben round out the top 5. As they're trying to power around through the corners, the back ends are breaking traction and it's spooling up the rear tyres. As now Thiemen Huben, I think, is having a bit of a battle with Vidmar Arjaz, as Leinertz tries to go up the inside through turn 6 again on Tam Saleh, but this time around the German manages to keep in front. They come through turn number 7. And you can just see how much they are wrestling with these conditions. As Borlouet trying to go up the inside through turn 9 on Vidmar Aljaz. I think might have made the move stick. Powers out of the corner. Aljaz runs nearly 2 wheels on the curbs out of turn 9. Oh no! That is a disaster there for Borlouet. Borlouet, who goes round, and that was in the approach into turn 10. So put on the anchors, and the back end stepped out. And so that now means that Matej Radenkovic will be moving up another position. But in the meantime, Tam Saleh leads by over a second from Jasper Leinertz, who is being chased down by Karol Stout from PG Motorsport in the 143. Leinertz trying to keep on the defensive line. Stout runs a little bit wide coming out of turn number 3. At Rino Fernand Franco now trying to go up the order. Started on pole position, won all 3 heats yesterday, but now has an incredible mountain to climb over the next 7 minutes 40 seconds plus an additional lap. Leinertz trying to keep it nice and smooth through turn 7. Just behind Karol Stout, gets a bit closer to the back bumper of the 177, heading through the exit of turn number 8 as Leinertz gets compromised there, trying to go into turn 9. I think the kart was, the driver was willing, but the kart was not wanting to work as driver and machine as one. And Vic Stevens now trying to close. There's a little bit of sunshine. He's trying to break through the clouds here. 4 minutes down, 7 to go, plus a lap. Tam Saleh now continues to lead. Karel Stout got past Jasper Leenerts, and it looks like that happened through turn 12. So Leenerts third. Vic Stevens from Dams Racing now rounding out the top 4. And Leenerts goes incredibly tight on the second corner. Goes onto the curbing through turn 3, trying to go up the inside of Karel Stout. But that does not work for the 177. And the fastest lap of the race at the moment is actually the driver who was trying to battle for within the top 6, was Boluet. Just puts in a 1 minute 21.049. As there looks to be a move. Oh, now that is Vic Stevens, I think, has just got past Jasper Leenerts, who counter-attacks coming through into turn number 8, and the pair nearly clash quite significantly there, as Rino Fernand Franco has got past GKS Lemons Power teammate Thiemen Huben for P5. Now Vic Stevens goes in, looks towards the inside through turn 10. Can't quite get through on Leenerts. As Tam Saleh now last time around had nearly a 1.3 second advantage over Karel Stout. Jasper Leenerts still in third for the minute, as Rino Fernand Franco goes quicker and quicker still. Tam Saleh fastest out of everybody at the moment. But I've just seen, but Boluet has put in a 1 minute 20.797 as, Leenerts gets a little bit sideways coming out of turn number 2, manages to keep the cart going, but loses out to Vic Stevens for third place. And all the while this is happening, the likes of Rino Fernand Franco, Thiemen Huben are trying to close up. Now the air temperature has increased by 6 degrees over the last hour. We're now up to 27 degrees Celsius, as I'm just spotting out of the corner of my eye that Mathis Soubadou trying to make some moves forward. As, there's been a spin, and that is for Vic Stevens. And that cart is going nowhere. The absolute sheer frustration of what has just happened means Vic Stevens will not take any further part in this race. The first, effectively, de facto retirement with just under 4 minutes and a half to go. Tam Saleh still continuing to lead. Karel Stout still in second. Jasper Leenerts being closed in on by Rino Fernand Franco. Thiemen Huben now completes the top 5 as Vidmar Aljaz tries to close on the 105, as up the inside of Jasper Leenerts goes Rino Fernand Franco, as Leenerts takes a different line through turn number 3. So down to 4th goes the 177 from Belgium. Fastest lap of the race is Boluet still with a 1 minute 20.797. As the sunshine is really trying to break through the clouds now. But it is still overcast up ahead. There are patches of sunlight trying to pierce their way through the clouds, as Matej Radenkovic still now in currently 8th position, as Boluet trying to close on the 196 from Buvin Power. Time is ticking away rather quickly now as we head towards the last 3 minutes. Plus an additional lap. And as I say that, Tam Saleh now tries to go through turn 12. As Matej Radenkovic nearly loses out to Boluet going through turn 10, but the 107 can't get through. Saleh's lead now is nearly 3 seconds from Karel Stout. But the fastest lap was quickly taken by Tam Saleh, and then Rino Fernand Franco took it just now on lap number 6 of this race, as Aljaz and Thiemen Huben are battling away, still over 5th position. And the wet weather truly can be an equaliser, and also can change the dynamics of any race in rather rapid fashion. with all the rubber that's been laid down over the past few days since Wednesday, that grip has now been effectively washed away by the couple of rain showers that we've had. The second that was more intense than the first, as Vic Stevens on lap 4 is a confirmed retirement, as Borluet now gets past Matej Radenkovic. Radenkovic taking a tighter line. Borluet nearly loses the back end through turn 9 on the exit, as Vidmar Aljaz trying to get past Thiemann Huben. This is for 5th on the road. So 1 minute and 32 seconds on the clock when Tam Saleh crossed the start-finish line. So there will be 3 laps still of this race remaining as the German goes through into turn number 3. Rino Fernandfranco, in the meantime, has been getting quicker and quicker and has gone and put in the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 20.255 after the completion of lap number 7. It might be enough for Franco to catch up and pass Karel Stout as the two now go through. Oh! Franco goes off backwards at turn 7 and now tries to rejoin. Has to be very, very careful on the redress back onto the circuit. And these conditions will catch any driver out in the blink, quicker than the blink of an eye. And now, as I see that Vidmar Aljaz has dropped down the order, now is behind Matej Radenkovic. So Aljaz drops to the back of the field, trying to close up on the Belgian in the 196. Tam Saleh now crosses the line with 12 seconds on the clock. We go on to the penultimate lap of the first Minimax final. And the gap now between first and second is 3.134 seconds. If there wasn't drama for Rino Fernandfranco, who's rejoined in 5th place, as now it's 2 GKS drivers that were battling away for 3rd on the road, and Jasper Leenerts has now got past Thiemann Huben for 3rd on the road. The pair literally are line astern, but Huben trying to get the cut back through turn 6. Now we'll get the run of momentum. Goes up the inside of Leenerts and tries to get the move done before turn 7. Runs a little bit wide. Leenerts trying to go towards the inside through into turn 8. Huben runs wide. Leenerts closer towards the inside of the corner. And Rino Fernandfranco is closing on them, but is fast running out of time. So 9 out of the 10 drivers that started this race are still going. Last lap board being shown to Germany's Tam Saleh from Germany. And the lead last time around was 3.134 seconds. It has now increased to just under 3.3. Karel Stout, Thiemann Huben, Jasper Leenerts and Rino Fernandfranco round out the top 5. Mathis Soubadou from France, who started in 7th, now runs in 6th position. Borluet, who started at the back end of the field, now up into 7th. Vidmar Aljaz and Matej Radenkovic are still running, with Radenkovic, who started in 3rd position, now running 9th. As the leader now comes through turn 7 for the final time, the back end of the cart as he puts the power down, gets a bit tail happy, runs wide at turn 8, nearly onto the outside curbing. There goes the German, but still keeping it as calm and composed as is humanly possible. The amount of steering inputs these drivers will be using, along with the fact that they're going to have to modulate the brake and the throttle, and it understeers into turn 10. But then Tam Saleh comes out of the left at turn 11 as Leenerts goes up the inside, I think, there of Huben. No, it was the other way round. But then Leenerts trying to get onto the counter-offensive, but the checkered flag waves for Tam Saleh from Germany. Karel Stout will take 2nd place for PG Motorsport in the 143. Thiemann Huben, my apologies there. Rino Fernandfranco got past Jasper Leenerts for 4th at the end of the race. Mathis Soubadou takes 6th ahead of Bolowet, Vidmar Aljaz and Matej Radenkovic round out the 9 finishers. Unfortunately, with Vic Stevens' race abruptly ending in retirement on lap number 4. But Tam Salaire will head into the second final later on today with a brimful of confidence and will start from pole position. Recovery vehicle now on its way to collect Vic Stevens from Dams Racing. And the fastest lap of the race was actually secured by our pole sitter, who finished 4th in the end of that. Rino Franco set the best lap time of a 1 minute 20.038. So all sessions, as they are called on the commentary, are provisional, pending any technical and sporting checks post-race. So we are fast approaching the halfway point of our first set of 2 finals in each class. And the finishing order for the first final will then determine the grid for the second round of finals that will start after the lunch break this afternoon. Obviously during the before the red flag stoppage, obviously the first shower that hit the circuit here. I've been speaking with a couple of the parents of some drivers, and they've said, well, they're actually studying data at the moment. There is data acquisition in karting as well to sort of try and eke out the subtle nuances that they don't really want in as part of their setup. And obviously when you take into consideration the track being damp, the tyres will take a little bit longer to get up to the relevant temperatures. So local time is 11:43 here in Belgium. Now, with every result, obviously there are sometimes changes that do occur. And I'm just looking at the grid for the first senior Rotax final. So the 6 qualifiers that officially made it through post-race are as follows: Lara Zanen, Emily de Hoys, Fabian Bock, Arthur Roche, Jordi van der Eyck and Kilian Tarnier. So those 6 drivers will make up the 36 grid strong grid for senior Rotax. And between the top 9 drivers, will actually make that the top 12 drivers, they were covered by just a mere 20 points based on their respective heats that they competed in. All senior Rotax drivers competed in 3 qualifying heats out of the 6 yesterday. As now the sunshine really trying to bring its presence back to the circuit here in Belgium. So in just a couple of moments' time, we will get things well and truly underway as Junior Rotax will take to the grid for their first of two 11-minute plus one additional lap finals here at Karting Genk.
Wordt ze donker, ja? Hè? Nou, dat is een beetje ingaan. Nou, dat is een beetje ingaan. Heel twijfelen. Ik denk de liefste bocht al. Ik denk al de eerste bocht. Nee, dat is een junior in de rij. Ja, 14, 15, 16. Kunnen we wel tegenaan zeg. Ja, dat begint terug te regenen stilletjes. Dat gaat leuk worden. Das fängt wieder an zu regnen. Macht das spannend. Kom Christy. Beetje met de regen, hè?
Well, things have just changed dramatically. The first of two Junior Rotax finals will now get underway, and severe rain now starting to fall on the circuit. After intermediate classification, the grid lineup for final one for juniors is as follows. Pole position will be in the hands of Kai Gilets from Belgium. Tim Gerhards from the Netherlands will be alongside in the 205. Marcus Lucio and Eliska Babikova will round out the top four positions, representing Great Britain and the Czech Republic respectively. Fahin Mega from Germany will start P5, and alongside will be Will McIntyre from Sodi Vitesse representing Great Britain. Had a nice little chat with him and team boss Mark Barrett yesterday. They explained to me that a front bumper actually caught the inside of the part of the bumper that ended up trailing, and he got in before the mechanical black flag went out. He starts ahead of Thomas Martins, Valentin Klus, Colin van Lammeren and Bruno Molders, who ran out the top 10. Max Knappen and Nikita Genzer, row 6. Mikkel Pedersen and Lucas Schoenmakers, row 7. Schoenmakers spoke to me earlier on, had a misfire, had to try and sort it out, but got a disqualification post-session. Giuseppe Forenzi will start 15th, head of Germany's Kian Agasade, as they are nearly three abreast, trying to keep the carts under control. So we now go on to the formation lap. Nick Gerhards, Petra Babikova, Yanis Diak, Gilles Clouet, Austin Lee, Carol Schultz and Mackenzie Cresswell round out the 23 strong. And they are just, so I've just seen some mechanics waving towards the outside of turn 12, and the drivers are trying to just find grip. That's the biggest thing that we're going to have here now, that the grip levels have completely been turned upside down like a sand timer. And to say it's raining cats and dogs is pretty much an understatement for what the Junior Rotax drivers, all 23 of them, will now have to go through. But it will be down to Belgium's Kai Gilets and Tim Gerhards from the Netherlands to start to just get things a bit calmer before they go racing. And they are starting to do so very, very early. It's good awareness by the two at the front of the field. And that is through turn 8. And this will give an opportunity to the 21 drivers behind to catch up. And the drivers will just have to keep themselves calm for a moment, because this time it is all change. The storybook, well, the playbook, if it was an NFL game, would be ripped up and thrown away to the side, because anything can happen. And we know in motorsport, it really, really does. Drivers now being told to slow as they exit the left at turn 11. They are told to really, really just get slow and get themselves ready. So, Gilets, Tim Gerhards, Marcus Lucio. Now, who's just jumped in the pits? That's Lucio. Lucio's gone in the pits. Off of what would be P3. So now, Gilets and Gerhards will control the pace. As the 2:15, that's Giuseppe Forenzi from Italy. And now the lights have gone out, and there's been a major problem. And that was, I think that might have been Thomas Martins. Gilets has the lead, as Will McIntyre looks to be up into third position. Bruno Molders has shot his way up the field, and around the outside goes Colin van Lammeren round the... oh no! Was there a little bit of a touch there? Bruno Molders spins out coming out of turn 4. The 277 on the CRG chassis drops like a proverbial pebble in the pond. And now, again, another... This is really, really starting to really change things even more as the drivers are tippy-toeing, and we've had someone go backwards off of turn 7. The grip is at an absolute premium out there, and if you get the throttle down wrong, Gilets has lost the lead. Will McIntyre trying to go up the inside. It's nearly 3 abreast. Tim Gerhards gets the lead. Will McIntyre chasing him down into turn 10. The back end of the carts, as you can see, are really struggling to get that grip, that traction. But Gilets takes the tighter line. Will McIntyre jumps up in front of Tim Gerhards. But then Kai Gilets just powers past into turn 12. This is what you're going to come to expect over the next few hours, because Will McIntyre goes through a big puddle on the inside of the exit of turn 12. Gilets goes towards the inside. It is Dodgem Karts at the front. Tim Gerhards gets up into second, has to put on the anchors to stop hitting Kai Helitz at the back bumper, as Will McIntyre from Sony Vitesse now hits the front through turn 3. This is ever so tetchy. As now Gerhards gets in front of Helitz, goes towards the racing line, the traditional racing line. As then Gerhards and Helitz go wide towards the outside of the corner to get the run of momentum coming through. And Helitz gets a real good turn of speed coming out of turn 6, as does Tim Gerhards. And Helitz going towards the outside to try and effect the switch back through turn 8, but can't get through. A little bit further down the order, I do spot possibly that Lucas Schoenmakers might have... I'm just seeing, well, Lucas Schoenmakers down in what was 23rd position. As Marcus Luzio dropped down, well, he jumped into the pits. Giuseppe Forenzi also ended up there too. As there are a couple of karts trying to make their way through. And, Nick Gerhards. Well, Tim Gerhards is up into, is down a little bit further than it would be. But then I'm just looking at the kart up in the front. I'll just keep an eye on the timing screen. So Will McIntyre leads. Tim Gerhards in second. Kai Helitz. Nick Gerhards now up into 4th position, and he started 17th. Max Knappen, Colin van Lammeren, Kian Agassade, Nikita Genzer, Karl Schultz. Bruno Mulders recovers now and is in 10th place. As I can see Fahin Mega battling away with the number 241 of Marcus Luzio, it looks like. So the driver's really being tested. This is not easy. You tell a driver about do they like the wet? Well, it's a challenge, and some will love it, as it is nearly a synchronized 3 wide into turn 7. And one of them looks to be Kian Agassade from Germany, and Agassade started down in 16th position. As the 226 of Nikita Genzer now manages to... gets a tap from behind, and that was the 263 of Colin van Lammeren. Now the drivers are going to really have to watch it, because if they get a nose cone penalty, it's an automatic 5-second time penalty added to their race time. Luzio ahead of Fahin Mega. Lead now between Will McIntyre and Tim Gerhards now extends to 2.295 seconds. Helitz is only just over half a second adrift of the Dutch driver. Tim's twin brother Nick Gerhards up into P4. Max Knappen rounds out the top 5. Agassade and Genzer, both from the Buehler kart racing team, both on Sodi kart chassis, are running 5th and 6th respectively. Van Lammeren, Mulders, Karel Schultz now up into P10, having started 22nd. And we have had our first confirmed retirement. Unfortunately, it's Lucas Schoenmakers in the 202 from JJ Racing. As again, the driver's still going toe-to-toe, toing and froing. As I think I just saw Yanni, I think I might have seen Marcus Luzio. Oh, now that was a bit of a moment there. There's one driver trying to really come out of turn 10. And Kai Helitz, that driver, was going very, very wide through the corner to get the power out to come through turn 11 and head up to turn 12. Now, I did say yesterday that Will McIntyre would come back fighting, and the wet weather conditions have provided the Briton with a little bit of an equaliser here, because Helitz was the driver that put it on pole position for this first final after intermediate classification. Drivers still shrug. Can't get my words out right. Must be the rainfall. Gilles Clouet now gets past Karel Schultz for 10th position. As Fahin Mega now trying to battle away and makes up a position going into turn 4. So drivers still really not finding the optimum racing line. Blue flags out for the first time this weekend, heading down into turn number 10. So drivers will have to be on their best behaviour. And the driver that has just been lapped by William McIntyre is the 296, and that is Eliska Babikova. Down in 16th position. So Will McIntyre is absolutely flying His best lap time so far, a 1 minute 15.070, and he just goes sub 115, a 1 minute 14.534. Kai Helitz now gets past Tim Gerhards for second position. And now it is the brothers Gerhards that are third and fourth. And at the moment, just trying to make out who it is in front. Looks to be Tim at the moment. Top 10 rounded out by Max Knappen, Kian Agasade, Nikita Genser, Colin Van Lummeren, Bruno Mulders and Gilles Chloé. Carl Schultz and Mackenzie Cresswell now round out the top 12. So the DSM Sport driver on the Kart Republic chassis in the 216 now also making significant progress through the field. Cresswell didn't have the best run all the way through the qualifying heat stages yesterday, but the wet weather has provided an opportunity. So Max Knappen trying to close on the two Gerhards, and that will be Nick that Knappen is trying to close in on, but also just behind is Kian Agasade. And the German closing on the back bumper of the Dutch driver as they come through turn 12. 3 minutes 20 plus an additional lap still to go in this first of two Junior Rotax finals. Both in duration are 11 minutes plus an additional lap. As now Max Knappen senses, and I think I might have seen that a couple of one driver is probably dropping down the order. Maybe make that a couple. Mikkel Pedersen is dropping down to 18th place. Mackenzie Cresswell is one position away from the top 10 as down the back straightaway goes a few of the drivers, one of which will be the 206. That's the. Hang on a second. Nick Gerhards is now ahead of brother Tim. So Tim Gerhards, who started on the front row with Kai Helitz, now is actually behind his brother. As Max Knappen gets overtaken up the inside through turn 9 by Kian Agasade, who nearly loses the position on the very next corner through turn 10, but manages to put the power down at the right time. 9 minutes down, 2 to go, plus a lap. And now Tim Gerhards, well, we've just had we've had a penalty issued, and this is for pushing, and that is for Janis Stierk, as Max Knappen goes up the inside, nearly launches the kart off of 2 wheels off the curb through turn 3, and manages to get past Agasade, who now retaliates and gets back past. Oh, and Knappen tries to get the cut back, but then is going to quickly lose out if he's very not much careful to Nikita Genza. As now the back markers letting the faster karts go through. And one of the karts is, I think that's Mikkel Pedersen, that's letting the drivers past. And Pedersen now in 20th position. So Janis Stierk coming round turn 12 in 21st place. As again, Knappen and Agasade battling away over the last position in the top 5. As I've just seen, Will McIntyre come through turn 3. Kai Helitz now making his way through into turn 3. Then it is Nick Gerhards, Tim Gerhards and Kian Agasade, Max Knappen, Nikita Genza. As now Agasade goes up the inside and takes the position away. That's 4th place. Oh, and oh my goodness, that was threading the eye of the needle there, as Agasade got the run on the inside going through turn 2 on Tim Gerhards, and again threads the eye of the needle between him and Max Knappen through turn 3. Gerhards retakes the place. 13 seconds on the clock remaining as Will McIntyre now makes his way down to turn 10 for what will be the penultimate time, as the timer now hits 0 on the clock. So Will McIntyre from Sodi Vitesse, the UK Sodi Works Back team, will come round the final corner, gets the final lap board. As again, Gerhards, Agasade and Knappen. Oh my goodness, Agasade went through the middle of them, off of turn 10. I don't know how you measured that gap, Agasade, but well done. That was brave, but that was pretty much precise. Gap now between first and second, that's Will McIntyre and Kai Gielert, is just under 8.1 seconds. As now again, Gerhards, Agasade and Knappen. Knappen now past the German. But Nikita Genza has been passed by Bruno Mulders, of all people. The one that went spinning off of turn 4 on the very first lap. And now Bruno Mulders seems to have found a little bit of resolve and gusto and gumption to get back up the order. But the leader comes through turn 10 for the final time. Again, still Agasade, Bruno Mulders, Nikita Genza, Max Knappen battling away. But through to the final corner comes Great Britain's William McIntyre from Sodi Vitesse. And he will take the checkered flag by a considerable margin. The wet weather equalising things here at Karting Genk. Kai Gielert tentatively comes out of the final corner. Will take second position quite nicely here. Nick Gerhards takes third place. And now Tim Gerhards will cross the line in fourth place ahead of Kian Agasade, as Bruno Mulders will cross the line in sixth position. Nikita Genza pips Max Knappen by just 75 thousandths of a second to take P7. Colin van Lammeren takes ninth. Giuseppe Ferenzi classified in 13th. Martins 18th. Lucio 19th. Janis Diak rounds out the top 20. Looks like Mikkel Pedersen ended his race on lap number 4. Lucas Schoenmakers looks to have gotten back out on the circuit. Mackenzie Cresswell started 23rd, finished in 12th place. As we wait for Farin Mega, Lucas Schoenmakers classified 21st. Farin Mega will be effectively P15 ahead of Eliska and Petra Babikova. But Will McIntyre gets the equaliser, who so well needed, to take the win by 9.631 seconds ahead of Belgium's Kai Gielert. 4 different nationalities in the top 5 as we go into final number 2. And again, the playbook might change. Well, as a particular song once said, you ain't seen nothing yet. As now, Senior Rotax will start going into battle, and they come out of the pre-grid. Green flag is waved. A full capacity grid of 36 drivers after the intermediate classification gave us 30 drivers through, and the second chance heat gave us the other drivers. Your grid for Senior Rotax Final 1 is as follows. Matilda Olsson takes pole position after netting just 3 points after 2 wins and a third yesterday. Luca Lystra takes second, ahead of Dylan LaHaye and Sean Butcher. Lachlan Robinson from the UAE will have alongside Scotland's very own Lewis Gilbert on row 3. Kai Hunter and Vincent France round out the top 4 rows, and completing the top 10 will be Jules Castro and Guilherme de Oliveira. Ollie Pilker and James Johnson, row 6. Stormbrewer and Zombar Kovac, row 7. Reese Hunter, Elia Galvanin, Teresa Babikova, Luna Blum, Mads Ries and Poland's Karol Kret. They round out the top 20. Completing the 36 strong, it is as follows. Bradley Barrett, Lucas Hartmann, Teddy Clinton, Felix Jansson, Philip Vava, Max Demerdink, Robin Knudson, Mario Sidler, Andreas Heber and Anthony Boulou round out the top 30. Lars Zanen, Emily de Hoys, Fabian Bock, Arthur Horsch, Jordi van der Eyck and Kilian Tarnier round out the 36 strong as they go onto the formation lap. I've just been informed that the lunch break will be shortened and we will go back to the normal timetable. So we will start the Micromax second final at 1:30 local time as planned, as per the original schedule. So we are running about 20 minutes behind schedule at the moment. The drivers now making their way down the back straightaway into turn 7 on the formation lap. Drivers, I think you can just see as they're trying to sort of get a little bit of an idea of the conditions. They'll have had that opportunity through the sighting lap, but then the formation lap, things can be taken at a little bit more of a slightly slower pace. So top 10 is Olsson, Lystra, LaHaye, Butcher, Robinson, Gilbert, Kai Hunter, Vincent France, Jules Castro and Guilherme de Oliveira. So in there you have 3 Belgians, you have 3 Britons, 1 from the UAE, you have a driver from the UAE, a Portuguese driver and a Swede on pole position. Watch out for the likes of Ollie Pilker, James Johnson, Zombar Kovac, Elia Galvanin and Teresa Babikova, who have factored in the sharper end of the grid throughout the qualifying heats day yesterday. But they now come through turn 12. It's game on here in Senior Rotax. This is a well-controlled start from Matilda Olsson, but a little bit of a bog down from Luca Lystra. The lights go out for 14 minutes as Dylan LaHaye gets up into second. Lystra trying to pin it around the outside. It is 3 abreast, and there are people trying to get positions through. It's 4 abreast coming through turn 2. This could get very messy very quickly if they're not careful. But every single driver has made it through turn 4 already, and they are swarming all over each other like a pack of wolves. This is cutthroat, but Dylan LaHaye now gets the lead. Drivers making their way through turn 6. I cannot for the life of me believe what's just happened, that 36 Senior Rotax drivers have now made their way. It is 2 abreast. If it goes 3 abreast, it could end up very, very difficult. And we've had someone go round and now end up at the back part of the field, through into the approach onto turn 8. But the drivers are still all circulating. Leader now comes through turn 11. And the driver leading the way very, very shortly is Dylan LaHaye. And that is the 395 of Kai Hunter. Matilda Olsson now being hustled, of all people, Ollie Pilker from Poland, from SP Motorsport. He's now up into P4. Just behind is Sean Butcher from Great Britain with KR Sport, who slingshots his way with consummate ease past the Polish driver up into turn 2. But Pilker takes a tighter line, has to put on the anchors. Olsson runs a little bit wide, but gets the traction coming out of turn 3. Rain now starting to fall again as we've had another driver turn around, and that is the 3:18 of Fabian Bock from Germany. As now Butcher trying to go Butcher's trying his best to get past Matilda Olsson and has got past the Swede. And I'm just looking behind. That is Mads Rees. Mads Rees, I think, has got up into 4th place. The rain's starting to intensify. Brollies are going up. Hoodies will be going on, and I'm sure the wet weather galoshes might come at some point if the rain keeps on coming down as it is. So now LaHaye, who's now in as they excuse me, I nearly had a frog in my throat there, as Lewis Gilbert is battling away, and that is looking to be Stormbrower in the 3:88. That is for position, as now the 3:71 of Zombar Kovac is right on the back bumper of Olli Pilka, gives the Polish driver a little bit of a tap from behind. Oh, and they nearly go completely wide and off the track, off of turn 2, as it's 3 abreast, and through on the inside, that is Lewis Gilbert, as they're swarming all over each other. Olli Pilka trying to go around the outside of the Scot through turn 4, can't get through. The Dorroy Diamond puts the brakes on quite firmly, but then Pilka towards the outside, he misses out on a position, trying to get the cutback. He's got the run in the SP Motorsport kart, and he slingshots past Lewis Gilbert, who instantly counter-attacks going through into turn 7. The wet weather conditions really trying to throw a spanner in the works, and by golly has it done so. The lead now between Dylan LaHaye and Kai Hunter was over nearly 4.3 seconds. Oh, there's been a turnaround. Oh no, that's Reese Hunter, and he gets a front end impact as a result. So drama's befalling everybody, and it looks like Teresa Babikova definitely trying to get stuck in here, down in what was 22nd position, but the order is changing faster than I can shake a stick at it, as Lars Zane and Mario Sidler look to have gone. I think they're going to be retiring. Carol Kretz already out from Strawberry Racing in the 3:04. Jules Castro the way down at the back end of the field. So at the moment, LaHaye is now going down the back straightaway, as Sean Butcher now is up into 2nd. Olli Pilka now gets past Zombar Kovac from Hungary, through into turn 4. Kovac tried to shut the door through turn 5, but the Polish driver was having absolutely none of it. And the battle for 3rd place well and truly on, as Mads Rees is swarming all of the back bumper of Kai Hunter in the 3:95 from Great Britain. And the Dane makes the move up the inside through into turn 8. And there was a little bit of a touch from behind. Matilda Olsson rounding out the top 5 at the moment. Lewis Gilbert from Potenza Racing Engines is getting closer to the back bumper of the reigning and defending senior Rotax champion in this championship. 9 minutes and 8 seconds still to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. Dylan LaHaye has been given an opportunity. He started P3, he's now in the lead of the race. As now Mads Rees is up into 3rd. Sean Butcher, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup vice champion, behind Juho Valtonen, who's not racing with us this weekend, is now in 2nd place. As now Lewis Gilbert has got past Matilda Olsson for position, but Olsson goes back up the inside to retake the place. Gilbert towards the outside going through turn 6. Olsson keeps it nice and tight with the apex and powers out of the corner well. Other positional changes. Andreas Heber up to 13th past Portugal's Guilherme de Oliveira, who started in 10th. Reese Hunter now back on the comeback trail. 17th place ahead of Artur Horsch, who started 34th and was one of our second chance qualifiers earlier on this morning. Lachlan Robinson down in 16th position, behind Spain's Philip Vava, who rounds out the top 15. So the top 15 drivers will score points. 25 for a win, 20 for 2nd, 16 for 3rd, 13 for 4th, 11 for 5th, and then from 6th to 15th it's 10 down to 1. So if a driver takes the 2nd place finish and wins the final on countback, they get the overall weekend win. As when Kai Hunter was putting the brakes on going into turn 2, the back end of the Dan Holland Racing 395 entry started to go a little bit sideways to both sides of the corner, to both sides. So now, more drivers changing places. Lachlan Robinson now behind Rhys Hunter, who's trying to close on Guilherme de Oliveira. And you can just see how many different racing lines these drivers are taking to keep the grip at its absolute optimum. We are now halfway, 7 minutes down, 7 to go plus a lap. Oh, now I've just seen a strike of lightning just outside of the circuit, heading across the start-finish line. I thought I saw a flash there. And thunder now to the right-hand side of the commentary box. The storms are coming in. You know the microclimate at Spa-Francorchamps, 95 kilometers south-southwest of our current location. When the rain hits, it hits hard. And the same can be true at times in Karting Genk. Mechanical black flag now being shown to the 351, and that is of Sweden's Robin Knutsson, of all people. Started 27th, gained 18 places, and with just under 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go, the Swede now has to park it. But Dylan LaHaye now has a lead of 6.62 seconds over Sean Butcher. LaHaye, in the meantime, has also set the fastest lap of the race on lap number 6. We are on lap number 7 at the minute. As now, Kai Hunter trying to mount an assault up the inside through on Mads Rees through turn 9 for third place. And Mads Rees does the old, look, come on, just work with me sort of signal to the driver behind. But I know how competitive Kai and Rhys Hunter can be. As more drivers trying to jockey for position. Oh, a little bit of a bump from behind. And that was from, I think that might have been Andreas Herbert, maybe on the back bumper, possibly of Max Stemmerdink there. Not too sure, couldn't really make out with the amount of spray that's being flung up by the rear ends of the carts. And the race director pointing to one of the drivers to tell them to pay attention. That could be to Robin Knutsson, because Knutsson has 3 laps from the moment as there's a little bit of a tussle. Oh, someone nearly goes sideways going through the exit of turn number 2 into 3, and someone has a full-on drift coming out of turn 3, and that is the 305. That's Guilherme de Oliveira. Went sideways, putting the power down out of turn 3 and managed to save it. But then Andreas Herbert clatters into the right rear of the KR Sport driver from Portugal. Olli Pilka is now down. I think he's out of the top 15 as the Polish driver. He started down in 11th position. He got his way up to 4th place in the early phase of this race. 4 minutes and 20 plus an additional lap. The unpredictability factor has gone to infinity and beyond in this race. But there is one constant thing that is happening. There is one consistent point of reference that Dylan LaHaye is still leading. LaHaye started in 3rd place. He's now got the lead. He's got a lead of 6.87 seconds ahead of Sean Butcher. Mads Rees now rounds out the top 3. Storm Broer, in the meantime, has been trying to get past and has got past Kai Hunter, I think. As the drivers now, some of them making their way through, some taking wider lines, as again the back end of the kart for Guilherme de Oliveira, as he puts the power down and tries to steer in. You get either snap in understeer or snap out oversteer. As now, the drivers still making their way through. Andreas Herbert seems to be battling away with Arthur Horsch, and also Rhys Hunter, who's now up into 13th position. The temperature has dropped. We had a high of 28 a little bit earlier on, but we are now to 19 degrees Celsius. But also, the biggest factor is that the drivers will be saturated, not through dehydration, but unwanted hydration in terms of the wet weather that we've had. 7.3 seconds separates 1st and 2nd position. As more drivers, it looks like Olli Pilka battling away still yet again. And he's battling with a 3.26. And that is Lachlan Robinson. That is for 16th position on the grid. So top 10 at the moment, with 2.5 minutes to go. There's Guilherme de Oliveira looking to try and get past Andreas Hebel. Will try and go through. Well, he takes the tighter line through turn 3, does the Portuguese driver. So top 10, Dylan LaHaye leading. 7.3 seconds ahead of Sean Butcher. Mads Rees rounds out the top 3. Storm Brouwer, Lewis Gilbert, Matilda Olsson, Zsombor Kovac, Luca Leister, Kai Hunter and Max Stemmerding. The rain is coming down once again. As you can see, I think Bradley Barrett just trying to go up the inside of Philip Valver there. Through into turn number 7 off of the back straight. LaHaye is already through turn 2 as Sean Butcher now makes his way through turn 1. And we've had a 5-second time penalty for pushing. It will be added post-race. And it is the 3:02. That is Ollie Pilker. And Pilker at the moment is 17th. And just having a look at the timing screens. So I'm just going to see the time differential. He's 35.3 seconds off of the lead. This will put him down in 25th position if things were to finish as they are. As there are more contretemps on the circuit. Emily de Hoy's being shoved a little bit wide there by Arthur Horsch going through into turn number 4 on the approach into turn 5. So Emily de Hoy's started 32nd, now 14th. 18 positions gained over the course of the last 10 and a quarter minutes. LaHaye now goes on to the penultimate race lap of this encounter, which will put the Belgian in pole position. We've had now several retirements. Vincent France, Jules Castro, Lars Zanen, Mario Sidler and Karel Kret. Anthony Boulou looks to be possibly the 6th confirmed retirement momentarily, which means that we have 30 drivers being rounded out by Germany's Lukas Hartmann. And the gaps are looking a bit more spread out than possibly what the drivers would want, as Lewis Gilbert takes the wide line through turn 3, as does Matilda Olsson. And that is that nearly allows Zsombor Kovac to get through, as they are all struggling for grip. And I've just seen Arthur Horsch, who's now got his way past Reese Hunter through the exit of turn 3 and into turn 4. De Oliveira just behind. And that looks to be Emily de Hoy's, I believe. Or has de Hoy's actually gone in front? No, that is the 339. So Dylan LaHaye now just has 1,360 metres to go. As this battle, including Roche, De Oliveira, De Hoy's, and looks to be Lachlan Robinson now getting stuck in as De Hoy's. Now really trying to get through. And that's De Oliveira up ahead. Lachlan Robinson just behind, a few kart lengths adrift. As LaHaye now comes through turn 6 for the final time in final number 1 for senior Rotax. The weather has really, really changed the whole dynamic. Great sunshine through the summer months, and then we get thunder, lightning, continued rainfall. It has petered off ever so slightly, but LaHaye now makes his way down through into turn 10 for the final time, as Mads Rees still keeping what is 4th position at the minute. I think trying to battle away with Storm Brouwer. But on home soil, a Belgian takes the senior Rotax final number 1 victory. Through the final corner comes Dylan LaHaye in the 3:28 to take the win. Sean Butcher comes round the final corner for Great Britain, and for KR Sport he takes 2nd at the checkered flag. 3rd place, looks like Storm Brouwer is going to get the upper hand on Mads Rees, which gives us 4 different nationalities in the top 4 thanks to Mads Rees from Denmark. And then Lewis Gilbert makes it to drivers with Great British licenses, but of course he is from Scotland, so there is a little bit of a 50-50 there. Matilda Olsson, our pole setter, takes 6th place ahead of Zsombor Kovac from Hungary. Luca Leister, Kai Hunter recovers to finish in 9th place. ahead of Andreas Herbert from France. So after that, Max Stemmerdink is 11th, Arthur Horsch 12th, Guilherme de Oliveira, Emily de Hoys and Reese Hunter round out the top 15. Ollie Pilker, currently sitting behind Lachlan Robinson, will drop. And I've just spotted that he will drop to 23rd position at the end of the race. So Robinson, so it has been amended. Bradley Barrett takes 17th ahead of Elia Galvanin, Felix Jansson, Philip Varva, Teddy Clinton, Fabian Bock. Pilker takes 23rd, Luna Blum 24th, Babikova 25th, ahead of Taunier, Johnson, Van der Eyck, Knudson and Hartmann. We didn't have Caron Kret, it looks like, on the starting grid, so the Polish driver didn't have an opportunity to get involved. Bilou, France, Castro, Zenin and Sidler are the 5 other retirements. But going into final 2, Dylan LaHaye has advantage on home soil. The rain continues to fall here at Karting Genk as we go to the penultimate first final of the weekend on finals day, Sunday, August 9th, 2020, for the first round of the 2020 Euro Trophy season. And your grid for final number 1 for DD2 is as follows. Sebastian Janchevski in first on pole position. Silas Ritter from Denmark alongside on the front row. Nicolas Picot will start from third alongside Austria's Manuel Tenchert, who I had a nice little conversation and he said, well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Daniel Mahacek makes it another Austrian in the top 5 in 5th place ahead of Peter Bezel. Then we got Niklas Krenz, Zendereur not showing up on the timing screen as having made it out of the pre-grid, so would have taken up 8th place. Jakob Bezel in 9th, Mark Bartels in 10th, Matthias Lund, Friedrich Jerich, Sandra Schublak with his fight back in customary fashion will start on 13th ahead of Mick Knowlton. DJ Liveris, who told me this morning via WhatsApp that he is very, very much determined to get on with the job in hand. Oliver Breitenbach and Glenn van Parijs will then be followed by Johan Andersson, Jan Negussens and Maxime de Heech from Belgium. Florian Breitenbach, Willy Leinen, Jordi Klebold, Luke Shapers and Wout Antonissen round out the grid. So they're now on their formation lap. Air temperature now 19 degrees Celsius. Time now just gone 12:33 local time. We'll make that 12:34. So it will be down to Sebastian Janchevski and Silas Ritter to control the pace. So top 10 are as follows. Sebastian Janchevski, Silas Ritter, Nicolas Picot, Manuel Tenchert, Daniel Mahacek, Peter Bezel, Niklas Krenz. You can see we do have a spot missing where Zendereur would be ahead of Jakob Bezel and Mark Bartels. So effectively that makes Matthias Lund the 11th from RS competition, the de facto 10th position as someone dives into the pit lane. So one driver now going into the pits. Drivers now head onto the tram lines. 14 minutes on the clock. We'll start counting down the minute the red lights go out. The accelerators are pressed to the floor. Lights out and off and away. And we've had a spinner at the back of the field. And that is Wotan Tonnesson. There's Mick Knowlton. Now, where is Mick Knowlton? Now, we've had, that is, I think that's Oliver Breitenbach that's just come out out of there. As, oh, it's getting rough and ready at the front of the field. Silas Ritter was trying to go for the lead through turn 4. But I think that is possibly Nicolas Picot that has gone into the lead. And there's a bump from behind. Tancher trying to scythe his way through. And has a little bit of contact with the back bumper of, I think that was Silas Ritter. Tancher on the inside. Niklas Kreens now trying to get through as Mark Bartels, I think, might be a little bit compromised. Oh, my goodness me. It's not that easy out there whatsoever. The spray being thrown up by the Mojo wet weather tyres. So the W5 CIKs now being put under a true test. But Picot looks to be in the lead. They'll now come through turn number 11. Picot from France leads. Tencher second. Silas Ritter in third place. As everyone's swarming all over. As Glenn van Parijs trying to go up the inside into turn 12. Threading the eye of the needle. As he got through, he gets that was nearly 3 wide coming out of the final corner. And one of the drivers, I think, might have been possibly Luke Schiepers. As now Manuel Tancher loses out to Silas Ritter. Niklas Kreens from Germany, the Euro Trophy Open at this champion from this very circuit last April, now up into 4th place. Petter and Jakob Bezel now complete the top 6 as Tancher goes ultra defensive. Kreens takes a wider line, trying to get the run through the corner as it's nearly 3 abreast. And round the outside was that Glenn van Parijs I spotted. As now they make their way through into turn 7. The rain again has really provided opportunities for drivers up and down the field after a very, very interesting qualification session yesterday morning that saw effectively 14 drivers set a lap time. Around 10 or so didn't qualify as they didn't make it out in time. And then we had a disqualification due to a steward's decision. But Jan Nigussens and Zenderu are not showing on the timesheets now. So 23 drivers. Mick Knowlton is at the tail end of this field. But now Silas Ritter trying to attack Nicolas Picot going into turn 2. As it looks like Jakob Bezel has gone up the inside of Brother Petter through into turn 2. And just behind them is KSB Racing Team's Frederic Jerry, who forces his way up the inside. I think that was through on Petter, through into turn 4. As now Ritter takes a wider line. Picot goes 2 wheels on the curb, as has Manuel Tancher. But look at the run that Ritter's got out of turn 6. Oh, Picot could have been absolutely surprised as heck there. But the Frenchman did not let it get to him. But Ritter's still trying to force the issue through into turn 8. The Dane can't get past the Frenchman. Manuel Tancher rounds out the top 3, closely followed by Germany's Niklas Kreens from 42 competition. And we've had a 5-second time penalty, and it has gone to Silas Ritter for a jump start as decided by race control. Now again, that changes everything, because at the moment, if the race was to finish it as it was now, Silas Ritter would end up 12th behind Zonder Schublak. Glenn van Parijs is now 1 step away from breaking into the top 10. Well, effectively he has, and he has got past what will be de facto 9th position. So he's got past fellow Belgian Maxime Derich. DJ Liveris is now up into P14. Zonder Schublak has gone all the way down to 22nd position. As now, there is the 4:06. I've just seen Nicolas Picot trying to go back up the inside to retake the lead, but it isn't really for position now, because Silas Ritter has got a 5-second jump start penalty post-race. And I'm just looking at the timesheets again. Yeah, I mean, he would be ahead of Glenn van Parijs, so van Parijs will still stay in 10th place. But then Manuel Tenchert is effectively second. Niklas Krains rounds out the top three. Jakob Bezel in fourth. Friedrich Jerich from Austria in fifth. Peter Bezel, Matthias Lund, Mark Bartels, and then it would be Silas Ritter. As now, Tenchert seizes an opportunity, tries to go up the inside of Silas Ritter coming out of turn number 12. But then Niklas Krains going round the outside of the Austrian, through into turn 2. He's going to try and get the run of momentum coming out of the corner. Goes towards the outside of turn 3, can't get through. But then, I've just seen, is that Friedrich Jerich going past? If you're going past the defending champion, you've got to have some massive guts to do so. And the pair clash. The pair clash going into turn 6. Oh my goodness me. Friedrich Jerich hanging all out on the line, dangling with life on a razor blade's edge. And I've just seen that Matthias Lund from Aris Competition clearly also trying to get stuck in. So it is all changing every which way you look. But 8 minutes still to go. Is it real? Did I just see that? The time has had just only 5 minutes elapsed. That's 6 minutes elapsed. That's crazy. As now, Niklas Krains gets a good run coming out of turn 12 on Manuel Tenchert from Austria. So they're going to go heading up into turn number 2. Tenchert takes the inside line, going into turns 1 and 2. Krains leaves a little bit of daylight there for Jakob Bezel to try and get past. But then Krains absolutely nails the throttle and goes up towards the inside through turn 4 on Manuel Tenchert. No gap there, unfortunately, for the German. As the leaders now squabbling their way through turn 6. Krains again goes towards the outside line to get the power down. Closing on Tenchert. Tenchert saying, come on, man, work with me. Krains is thinking, I have other ideas. But then he's got a different, as the rain again is coming in. As they say, to finish first you must finish. And with the rain re-intensifying, again, I cannot really fathom how the dynamic of this race is going to unfold. But in the meantime, Friedrich Jerich has just been passed by Matthias Lund for 6th on the road. Zander Schublak has parked it, I think, on lap number 3. So the two-time reigning and defending B&L Karting Series champion and last year's DD2 runner-up in the championship now is a retirement. And it has been just confirmed this second. So effectively, the way things are going, I'm just again having a look at the gaps between the drivers from where Silas Ritter is at the moment. He's 0.739 behind the leader, Nicolas Picot from France. But then you add 5 seconds that time, that puts him in 10th behind Glenn Van Parijs from Belgium. And then look at the train at the front of the field. The train is absolutely immense. As Matthias Lund seizing an opportunity possibly as Silas Ritter goes up the inside of Nicolas Picot to have taken the lead. So now as they come through into turn number 12, Silas Ritter leads. Manuel Tenchert now up into third, still in third place, has dropped Niklas Krains in the process. So we have just over 5 minutes remaining. Tenchert now trying to hustle Picot. Temperature has increased to around about 25 degrees. Four minutes and 45 still to go. And Niklas Krains trying to get the upper hand and has been passed by Matthias Lund. So it's not easy out there in these conditions. Very much far from it. But now Silas Ritter. has a chance, a big chance, because he has a 5-second time penalty post-race. And if he opens up a gap, and he's starting to do so, the fastest lap of the race so far, 1 minute 8:48 on lap number 4. We are now on to lap number 9. Ritter now has got a 1.6 second lead. So in the next 5 minutes, I guess. Oh, Tenchert gets a little nudge from Pico that sends him sideways through turn 3, but the Austrian hangs on. Oh my goodness. Again, as now Niklas Grains goes up the inside of Matthias Lund through turn 5. The positions are changing every single time we go through a corner, at the very, very least, as Grains goes defensive of Matthias Lund, going through into turn 7. The German keeps the position. And whilst everyone has been battling, Silas Ritter, breaking news, is not pulling away like initially had occurred. The gap was 1.6 seconds. As now, oh, Lund goes up the inside towards Grains, nearly goes into the right side pod, but as a result of that, Jakob Bezel, the defending champion, now trying to swarm all over the back bumper of the Dane going through into turn 12. Ritter still leading, but Tenchert has closed that gap. As now, oh, a little bit of a tussle there. Oh my goodness, Matthias Lund went to go across the front of Niklas Grains, and the back left tyre hit the right front of the German's kart and nearly sent the 42 competition kart off the circuit. That was close. But cat-like reflexes from Niklas Grains saved his bacon. But there is one driver that's really, really making a big 3-course meal out of this race, and it's the driver that is currently in 7th position, having started down in 17th, an increase of 10 positions over the last 9 minutes from Bouvin Power. Belgium's Glenn van Parijs really thriving in the wet weather conditions. It looks like he's going to make up another place, is he? Well, he's going to try and close in as, oh my goodness me, Lund's coming under fire significantly from Friedrich Jerich. Also Jakob Bezel, so it's not over yet. Glenn van Parijs moving up the order significantly. Ville Villainen, I think, has parked it, so the Finnish driver, as far as I'm aware, the sole Finnish competitor here this weekend, is out of the race. The 404 from RS Competition, who started down in 22nd. Unfortunately, looks to be a retirement, so looks to be 2 not starting. Zenterur, Jan Nigussens, Zander Schiblak, and now pretty much Ville Villainen. 60 seconds on the clock remaining. Oh, Grains runs wide. Grains runs wide and Parijs gets through. The pair side by side heading down into turn 7, but the German keeps ahead by a whisker at the moment. Glenn van Parijs really fancies a chance of getting up the order, and if he can get past Niklas Grains, he's not going to have enough time to get towards the top 5, but depending on what happens this afternoon, this really will start his journey within the Euro Trophy with us over the next 3 months at 3 other circuits: Wackersdorf, Adria and Karting Campos. The rain still coming down. 20 on the clock. We go on to the penultimate lap. Silas Ritter still only has nigh on a 1.4 second advantage ahead of Manuel Tenchert. Nicolas Picot is now battling with Jakob Bezel. Niklas Grains runs wide out of turn 2, gets the power down to try and get past Glenn van Parijs, who's trying to keep it slow and steady, keep the steering inputs to a minimum, use the brake as much as possible, but not press it down excessively, because that will snap the back end quicker than you can shake a stick at. So now Van Parijs pulls away from Niklas Grains. Peter Bezel, Friedrich Jerich, Matthias Lund and Mark Bartels, who represents Germany, rounds out the top 10. But in some respects, Ritter could still have a fighting chance The rain again. Now that is really, really starting to get heavy now. The drivers, I think, will be rather thankful when they see the checkered flag. Silas Ritter comes through turn 11. So does Manuel Tenchat. Who's in third? It's Nicolas Picot. And Glenn Van Parijs has been starting to close on Jakob Bezel, but was slightly slower on that last lap. Final lap board to Silas Ritter, but effectively leading the way is Austria's Manuel Tenchat from KSB Racing Team. Picot third, but Jakob Bezel Jakob Bezel closes up, as does Glenn Van Parijs into turn number 2. So Van Parijs senses a possible third place. Anything's possible when you throw in wet weather conditions. And considering he's made up 12 places over the course of the race, as Ritter now comes through turn 7 for the final time. Grens embroiled in a battle with Peter Bezel, Matthias Lund and Friedrich Jerich for position. So the two leaders now both going through turn number 9 on the final lap. Silas Ritter has not been able to make any significant progress because the gap before we went on to the final lap of the race was about 1.4 seconds. Manuel Tenchat was flying. He went nearly 0.4 of a second quicker. The checkered flag provisionally will wave for Silas Ritter, but he will be demoted as a result of a jump start 5-second time penalty added to the race. So effectively Manuel Tenchat will win. Nicolas Picot will take second. I'm just looking at the times. Well, hang on a minute. Silas Ritter has done enough to take second in this race, so Picot will end up third. Jakob Bezel will be fourth. Glenn Van Parijs from 17th to 5th. Niklas Grens will take 6th ahead of Matthias Lund. Peter Bezel, Friedrich Jerich, and Mark Bartels running out the top 10. Wout Antonissen, DJ Liveris, Luke Schiepers, Jori Klebold, and Daniel Mahacek round out the top 15. Sebastian Janczewski didn't really factor in. He took 3 wins yesterday. The rain seemed to have scuppered the Polish drivers' advances towards a win and maybe to get on pole position for the final. Number 2 later on. Maxim de Riech, Oliver Breidenbach and Mick Knowlton and Johan Andersson are the last of the 21 drivers that survived, with Ville Villainen and Sandra Triplak retiring on laps 8 and 3 respectively, with Zenderua and Jan Nigussens not taking the start. Paddock announcement, paddock announcement. Can I ask the junior Rotax driver 289, William McIntyre. That's junior Rotax driver 289, William McIntyre. Please report to the stewards immediately. Thank you.
Is het zo?
Here at finals day. DD2 Masters, and this is race 224 of the Rotax Max Euro. 8th of the meeting. Rudy Champion, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup winner from February at Karting Campio's, will line up alongside Germany's Michael Becker. So, Christoph Adams will start from pole, Slavomir Manansky will start from second, Rudy Champion third, Michael Becker will be fourth ahead of Sebastian Rumpelhardt from Germany and Karl Klebot from Belgium, rounding out the top three rows. Thomas Schumacher and Bruno dos Santos, representing Germany and France, will start on 7th and 8th position respectively on the grid. Konrad Bayer starts from 9th and will have Tom Dessert from Belgium alongside. Bart Koolman from Belgium, number 521 of France's Jonathan de Brouwer, the number 527 of Switzerland's Ronaldo Gremiger, and Germany's Tanu Yildiz round out the 14 drivers in DD2 Masters. The red lights ignited on the starting gantry for one final time before the amended lunch break. And the race will be over a duration of 14 minutes plus one additional lap. Even though the rain is falling, I can still feel quite a bit of humidity in the air. Humidity is around about 65%. We've got a 8 kilometre an hour north-north easterly wind. So Christoph Adams will start on pole position on the right-hand side when they go through the tram lines. Slavomir Manansky will be alongside. Then it's Champion, Becker, Rumpelhardt, Klebot, Schumacher, Dos Santos, Bayer and Dessert. That is the top 10. Temperatures again today set to hit over 30 degrees, probably highs of around 33, 34 degrees Celsius. The engines are having them, the throttles are being blitzed, as they say. It's the Rotax Max Evo engines, each one of the 14 engines on each of the 14 carts, comprising of 125 cc's of cubic displacement. Through the 12th and final corner come the DD2 Masters contingent. Red lights on the starting gantry. The drivers will very shortly Oh my goodness me, that was a bit of a moment there for Bart Koolman. But the lights still go out, so Bart Koolman was caught unawares there because of the slow starting duo at the front as Christoph Adams leads going into turn 1. But as just behind looks to be the 544 of Rudy Champion that's now got second place, as it's nearly 2 by 2 going through into turns 4 and 5. Moransky down to third place. And just behind, I think that is Sebastian Humpelhardt, as Thomas Schumacher looks to have gotten past Michael Becker, as there's one driver going a bit off track on the exit of turn number 6. The entire field making its way through into turn 7 for the first time. Rooster tails being brought up by all 4 of the Mojo W5 CIK tyres that are bolted on to these karts, as Christoph Adams now has lost the lead. But Champion understeers going into turn 10. Adams down in second. Moransky now in third place, as the 509 of Sebastian Humpelhardt tries to go up the inside of the pole, threads the eye of the needle as they come through turn number 12, and Thomas Schumacher is past Michael Becker for P5. So at the moment, Champion leads. Who's going to have second? Well, at the moment, it is in the hands of Christoph Adams. Oh, as Thomas Schumacher goes very wide, as he absolutely sends it toward the outside to get the run and the momentum coming out of turn 3 and going into turn 4. Rinaldo Kremiker, who started down in 13th position, now up to 8th place, as Christoph Adams manages to get past Rudy Champion through into turn number 6. And he gets the lead sorted in his favour through turn number 7. 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Adams from Champion, Moransky. Then it will be, I think that is Sebastian Humpelhardt, who's now dropped down into third place. Thomas Schumacher in 5th. Michael Becker, Karl Klebert. That rounds out the top 7 positions, as Moransky goes a bit deep into turn 10, as Humpelhardt pounces up the inside of Rudy Champion. And Champion trying to get past, trying to thread the eye of the needle through, trying to go up the inside of Humpelhardt, who still secures third going across the start-finish line. Lap number 3 we go on to, as Thomas Schumacher again trying to use the outside line to carry the momentum through the corner, put the power down. Doing the same through turn 3, pointing the kart towards the inside of Rudy Champion. But Champion manages to get to the apex of the corner before Schumacher has a chance to get through. As Champion nearly loses out that time as he goes full on sideways, puts the power down, boots the backhand out sideways through turn 6. And that could have well and truly let the door open if Champion had drifted any further wide. Jonathan De Boer has got past Konrad Bayer for 12th position. And it looks like Mr. Bayer is now down at the back end of the field, as this time Thomas Schumacher is now past Rudy Champion for 4th place, and is looking to try and catch up to Sebastian Humpelhardt, but not yet. Fastest lap of the race is the driver in 2nd position, Sławomir Moransky from Poland, the inaugural DD2 Masters champion from 2018. Trying to close down on Christoph Adams. And the gap between the leaders when we completed lap number 3 was just over 7/10 of a second, and then it was just over 4/10 between Moransky and Humpelhardt, as Michael Becker now coming under fire, and that will be from Karl Klebert from Belgium in the 510. So the wet weather really proving to have some sort of equilibrium effect on the racing. We are seeing some great battles. We are seeing some drivers take complete advantage of it and run away and get the jump on everybody else. But there are some times when races do go through like this, As Bruno Dos Santos right on the back bumper of Belgium's Tom Dessert, who just ahead has got, I think, this looks to be a, well, I'm trying to, oh no, hang on a second, that was Ronaldo Gremiger, who's just, was it, that just spun out? Yep, so the 527 drops to the back of the field pretty much. Well, he drops down to 13th place, as I haven't seen Tanju Yildiz cross the line yet. And he will do now. As it was side by side between Bart Koolman from Belgium and countryman Karl Klibort. So Koolman takes 6th place. Top 4 covered, they were covered last time around by 1.7 seconds. But I think that Sebastian Humpelhardt and Thomas Schumacher have other ideas. And it could be that they might just want to keep it nice and composed, keep it nice and planted, in order to get up to the 2 in front. In second position it is still Slavomir Muransky. So the top 2 in this race are now the top 2, well, were the top 2 that qualified in terms of the intermediate classification. As Christoph Adams had a perfect score of 0 points to his name, and Slavomir Muransky had 6. So obviously, the less points you score, the higher up of the intermediate classification you get to. Muransky now loses a little bit of time there as Christoph Adams goes and puts in a 1 minute 14.785, but Bart Koolman, who has got past Karl Klibort, seems to be the one that's relishing these conditions more than anyone else. As lap number 5 saw the Belgian in the 5.16 post a 1 minute 14.691. So Christoph Adams still leading. Muransky looks a little bit closer coming through the exit of turn 9. But then, like a rat up a drain pipe, Christoph Adams is able to pull away when he gets the run of momentum coming out of the corner, and he can put the traction down. So the rear wheels, instead of spooling up, especially in wet weather conditions, will then literally bite down, grip the tarmac, and catapult him forward. So 6 minutes still to go here in this race, and Christoph Adams now leads by 0.627 of a second. Ahead of Slavomir Muransky, Sebastian Humpelhardt, Thomas Schumacher, Bart Koolman rounding out the top 5, Rudy Champion, Karl Klibort, Tom Dessert. Konrad Byers got past Jonathan de Brouwer for 11th position. Could Micromax drivers go to the pre-grid urgently? Could I ask that all Micromax competitors go to the pre-grid urgently? We will be getting your race underway as planned at 1:30 this afternoon. So all Micromax drivers to the pre-grid immediately. Pre-grid is now open for all Micromax drivers. 5 minutes and 18 seconds still to go. And at the moment, the equilibrium seems to be not... Well, the pendulum seems to be swinging more in the favour of Christoph Adams, but Muransky takes a real tight line going through turn 2, and that nearly caught the Belgian unaware, but he is a very, very well-versed individual. Rain now starting to intensify once again, and that's another thing where the pendulum has swung. The rain has decided whether it's going to come in, whether it's not, whether it's going to come in, whether it's not. Temperature now decreasing again. 19 degrees Celsius, the local air temperature here. As Christoph Adams did have a 0.716 lead over Slavomir Muransky. But Muransky now is really, really closing. Micromax drivers to the pre-grid immediately. Micromax drivers to the pre-grid immediately. Thank you. So I don't think Christoph Adams, I did say that yesterday race 3 could have been one that he might have had to fight for. He's now going to really have to fight, because Slavomir Moransky is trying to chase the Belgian down and get past. And Moransky has got time. Adams is the target in front, and it is about strategizing. As now, again, Moransky taking a tighter line. He feels a bit more confident. Oh, and we've had a coming together. That is Bart Koolman. And that looks to be Karl Klebold in the 5:10. They came together and they were battling away over what was 5th position. But look at Moransky. He's slungshot past Christoph Adams through into turn 7. So Moransky's tactic of taking the conventional racing line, even in these wet weather conditions, has just paid dividends with 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go plus an additional lap. And now he's starting to pull away. Moransky he was literally on the verge of taking the Winter Cup Winter Cup title in this class at Campillos. Now he is trying to get himself on the best foot possible. But Christoph Adams now coming under fire from Sebastian Rumpelhart, who goes past the Belgian like it was absolutely nothing, heading into turns 1 and into 2. Next up is Thomas Schumacher, but he's a little bit further away from the back bumper of the 555. So as a result of the contretemps between Bart Koolman and Karl Klebold, Tom Dessert and Rudy Champion now complete the top 6 positions. But hang on a second, Thomas Schumacher has got past Christoph Adams. So Christoph Adams has dropped from the lead in the last couple of laps down to 4th place. 1 minute and 53 seconds on the clock. Moransky now is starting to pull away. He was 1.611 seconds ahead of Sebastian Rumpelhart from Germany. And now he's heading down towards turn 12. Rain still coming down heftily now. And Moransky seems to have timed his move at the right moment, because he knew that he had to get past Christoph Adams and break away. The gap now between him, oh my goodness, that's extended to over 2.15 seconds. Sebastian Rumpelhart did a 1 minute 13.974, but Slavomir Moransky, despite the wet weather, has put in a 1 minute 13.431. That is over. That is 0.543 seconds. That's over half a second that he's just made up on that one lap alone. And that has really changed everything. Christoph Adams was the force de rigueur yesterday. Pole position, 3 heat wins. We come to Sunday, the rain changes everything. And Moransky has made it to his advantage. He's got past the first target. The second target is to pull away. The third one is to get the victory. And this time around, it will go to the penultimate lap. And now, there are dramas. Christoph Adams starting to struggle because Karl Klebold goes up the inside of Rudy Champion. The pair go nearly side by side coming out of turn 11, but Christoph Adams has dropped significantly. The 555, who was full of the joys of sunshine yesterday, it's a very different story altogether. As now, 14 minutes are up. We go onto the penultimate lap. Moransky now through into turn number 6, down the back straightaway. He's over 2.87 seconds ahead of Sebastian Rumpelhart from Germany. Thomas Schumacher just needs to keep it on the asphalt just to stay in 3rd position. Christoph Adams, in the meantime, has dropped to 10th place. And I'm sure that between this race and the next one, there will be some serious work on the kart to find out what has caused the issue. Now, when you add rain and you have a naturally aspirated engine, the rain, if it gets rain, can permeate its way through into gaps, And that might be a problem, especially if the tolerances for everything being tightened up. Last lap board goes to Slavomir Moranski. If those tolerances are not spot on, the slightest amount of water, like say if you try and put something against some rock, the water will normally penetrate it through the pores of the material. And that's what can happen with finite gaps when tolerances are not 100%, even though you might have triple or quadruple checked those tolerances. Moranski now on the back straightaway for the final time. As now Karl Klebor going sideways through turn 4, and the aquaplaning is quite significant. The driver's trying to put the power down. It is not working that well at all for some drivers, where, and as they say, whilst others falter, others shine like a homing beacon. And that homing beacon just so happens to be the 561 of Slavomir Moranski, who now will come round turn number 12. After a difficult race day yesterday, he goes into final 2 as the provisional race winner for final 1. Fist bumps the air with the right hand. Moranski is back on the top. Sebastian Humpelhardt started 5th, finished in 2nd position. And starting 2 places behind and finishing 3rd was Thomas Schumacher from Germany. Tom Dessert from Belgium rounds out the top 4 positions, starting from 10th place. Bart Koolman takes 5th position, having started in 11th. Bruno Dos Santos will finish behind Rudy Champion in 7th, Michael Becker in 8th, Bruno Dos Santos in 9th, Rinaldo Gremiger started in 13th, finished in 10th, Jonathan de Brouwer takes 11th position, and Konrad Bayer finishes ahead of the possibly very despondent and disappointed, I might add, Christoph Adams in the 555. Tanju Yildiz makes it a full set of 14 DD2 Masters drivers that make it to the finish line after 13 laps. But Slavomir Moranski goes into the second final this afternoon with the motivation to win the opening round of the season.
Dag Schatty. Ja, ik zal nog paraplu, maar ik heb kou aan het krijgen. Ik ga even met Ludo mijn jasje uit de auto halen, denk ik. Zo hebben we de. Ja, nee, Dave ook niet deze morgen. Ja. Schattig, ik bel eens zelfs terug, goed? Dat gaat het, hè? Ik ben even mee. Ik moet mijn jas te pakken uit de auto.
Laat ze dat hier liggen of wat?
Ja, ligt dan nog op mijn priegelblok. in position.
So, after a quick turnaround, we will shortly be getting underway with our first set of second finals here at the Home of Champions. As now Micromax are lined up on the grid for the final race of the weekend. Local time now, 1:30 in the afternoon. The engines are started up on the Micromax engines, ready for us to go off and away, and we have got a driver forlorn off of the start grid, but your lineup is as follows. Mies Huben, who took the win in final number 1, is one step away from winning the weekend. Jake Menton in the number 31, also representing the Netherlands, will be alongside. Dragos Avisurkutai from Austria is set to take up third position on the grid and was the one that bogged down and tried to start the engine and managed to get going. The Austrian will line up alongside Max Swiderski in the number 19 from the Netherlands. Boris Maximov completes the top 5 in the number 32. And the sole driver representing the Czech Republic, Zdeněk Babíšek, will start 6th. Germany's Niklas Casarino will start in 7th in the number 12. And Dan Holland Racing's number 47 of Scott Marsh will start on the outside of row number 4 in 8th position. Dean Hugendorn is not taking part and withdrew before the beginning of the first final earlier on today, as we now go on to the formation lap. 11 minutes plus an additional lap will then see us provisionally decide who will be winning the first of 3 international trophy tickets in Micromax this season, because the winner of this weekend will have an entry for the 2020 running, the second running of the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy, taking place between the 8th and the 13th of December at the Cartódromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimão in Portugal. The drivers are now readying themselves for one final time. A far contrast to the hefty hot weather we had yesterday. And now the track is a deluge of water. The grip will be at a premium, as Avisil Kutai might end up joining the back of the grid. But we will wait and see as he tries to catch up as quickly as possible. The rest of the field comes through. Turn number 10 and into 11. As Avisil Kutai now trying to get into the grid. And now there's a little bit of contact between him and Boris Maximov. Maximov starting on 5th position, as the Austrian trying to get through into the position on the grid. Drivers told to slow as they enter into the tram lines. The accelerators are pressed down very significantly despite the wet weather conditions. Lights go out, we're racing. And Max Swiderski gets an absolute flyer up into the lead, through into turn 2. Jake Menton trying to fend off Mies Huben for second position, going through into turn 3 and makes the move through. Avisil Kutai trying to go up through the inside on Mies Huben. Can't get through at the minute. All 8 drivers still making their way up the order. Looks like Scott Marsh has made up 1 position. Up into P7 goes the Brit, now trying to go for 6th, then makes the move up the inside, drifts a little bit wide, up the inside of Boaz Maximov, and that allows as Marsh now drops down to the back of the field as it is 2 abreast, but Scott Marsh absolutely has got the fighter's spirit deep behind that visor, and we've had a jump start penalty awarded, and the driver it has gone to is the one that is leading, well, that was leading the race. It's not leading the race now. It is Jake Menton that has just been handed a 5-second time penalty for a jump start as Max Siderski trying to keep Mies Huben at bay. Now, effectively, what needs to happen now, Mies Huben is on 25 points, Max Siderski on 16. If Huben finishes 3rd and Siderski wins, he will be given the weekend win. As Huben trying to go up the inside of Siderski, who powers around the outside of turn 2, drifts a bit sideways as applying the throttle through 3, into the left at 4. Now up to 5. Again, he goes sideways, and he's managing to correct it using the steering, but it understeers like a good one going through turn 6 as Huben trying to get the run goes side by side. Leaders heading down into turn number 7. They are nearly interlocking wheels. The sidewalls are slightly rubbing, but Mies Huben makes it through by an absolute whisker. It was nothing between the sidewalls on those 2 drivers, but they're both going sideways coming through turn 8 as they're trying to apply the power. The back tyres are spooling up, the traction starting to break, and in the meantime Jake Menton trying to go up the inside of Max Siderski through into turn number 9, but ends up losing his own run of momentum as he goes a little bit sideways on the onto the entrance of turn number 10. So now this is going to be an interesting race, because effectively, if things were to finish as they do now, Jake Menton is 1.5 seconds behind the leader, and if he gets a 5-second penalty, that'll drop him down to the 8th and final position on this field. But there is still another 8 minutes to go. However, Scott Marsh, in the meantime, looks to be up into what looks to be, I think, 5th place at the minute, as he goes up the inside of Zdeněk Babishek, and the Czech driver now trying to fight back, gets in front of the British driver, heading into turn number 7. Boaz Maximov rounds out the top 6. Dragos Avisil Kutai from Austria and Niklas Casarino round out the 8 positions. Casarino in the first final was actually given a time penalty post-race for a front fairing infraction. So the gap between Mies Huben and Max Siderski last time around was nearly a second. Looks to be a little bit more than that now, as Mies Huben goes to sweep back into turn number 12 through the final corner. Comes across the line. Sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 21.559, and the gap has nigh on doubled. So it's just over 9/10 of a second. It's gone to 1.770. Jake Menton down in 3rd place, 2.971 seconds off of the leader, but has a 5-second time penalty. That'll put him 7.971 seconds behind the leader, dropping the Dutch driver down to 8th position. Scott Marsh trying again, using the tighter running line as Zdeněk Babishek loses the back end slightly, allows Scott Marsh to get through into 4th position. Boaz Maximov now trying to chase the pair down, and on the back bumper goes the 32 from the Netherlands on the number 35 from the Czech Republic. Mies Huben still at this moment in time is leading by 1.770 seconds, and he's gone faster by over nearly a quarter of a second in sector 1 as Zdeněk Babishek tries to get past through turn 10 on Scott Marsh. Marsh tries to get the power down going through turn 10 to go towards the outside of turn number 11. As now they will go through turn 12 as Marsh goes round the outside of Boris Maximov, who tries to go up the inside. Zdeněk Babicek now having to fend off Scott Marsh, who's right on the back bumper. And the pair nearly interlock, left front and right rear wheels as they go across the start-finish line. Marsh up the inside of Babicek. Babicek towards the outside through into turn 3. But Marsh takes the inside line, puts the power down, comes through the exit of turn 4. Babicek still on the 47. A little bit further back, Avisil Kutai and Casarino still battling away for what is 7th position on the road. As Scott Marsh jumping up and down in the seat of the 47, trying to get some pace in that kart. But again, Zdeněk Babicek manages to get past. Boris Maximov in the meantime nearly tries to throw it up the inside through turn 7, but the Brit defends. And this is allowing, in the meantime, Dragos Avisil Kutai from Austria, Niklas Casarino from Germany to close the gap. Babicek now being hounded by Marsh, but then gets a better run out of the corner as Boris Maximov trying to go up the inside of Scott Marsh into turn 10. Makes the move go sideways. That allows Marsh to try and catch up, and he jumps up and down again in the seat. Trying to help bolster the cart down on all 4 contact patches. 4 minutes and 11 seconds to go. Mies Huben now has a 3.3 second advantage over Max Swiderski. So effectively that puts Mies Huben on a maximum score and Max Swiderski on 36 points. Provisionally speaking, Jake Menton will drop down from 3rd and will drop down, if it's finished now, would drop down to 6th place. So that would allow, so Jake Menton would be out of the running in terms of going possibly for the podium, because if it was 6th place, it would give 10 points, meaning Max Swiderski would take 2nd place in the standings at the end of the weekend by 6. But Mies Huben again, getting away from the rest of the opposition, and will try and do his level best. The gap was 3.3 seconds. Menton now 2 seconds behind Swiderski. Babicek a further 3 seconds adrift. Then it's a further 8 tenths back to Boris Maximov, who's still battling away with Scott Marsh from Great Britain. And now has started to pull away. The gap looks to be at least 0.3 of a second, approximately, as we go on to lap number 7. Mies Huben has been putting in very, very quick laps indeed, but Max Swiderski did a 1 minute 22.359. That is 8 tenths less, well, more than Mies Huben, who just has been running consistently in the low to mid 1:21 second lap times. And on the 4th lap of the race, as we're now on lap 7, he set the best lap of a 1 minute 21.211. As Avisil Kutai and Casarino still battling away for the scraps on the table. That is for 7th on the road. But we are fast approaching the last throws of the Micromax contingent here at Karting Genk for the opening round of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. So Huben pretty much just has to keep going and stay ahead at the minute to rest assured that he takes a ticket to Portimao in Portugal in early December. As Casarino still trying to find a way past Avisil Kutai from Austria. And now gets a good run coming out of turn number 9. They go down the short blast to the right-hand sweeper at turn 10. So Huben comes out of the final corner, crosses the line with 1 minute and 27 seconds on the clock remaining. So we will have this plus another 2 additional laps, because the timer will run out the second he crosses the line. Gap now between 1st and 2nd extends even further still. A 1 minute 21.174 from Mies Huben. Max Swiderski tries to get as close as he can in terms of lap time, but is over a second adrift on that last tour. Casarino swarming all over the back bumper of Avisil Kutai from Austria. 4/7 as they go through turns 3, 4 and 5. And they both take the same approach line into turn 6, going as far wide as they dare without the backhand stepping out as they push down on the accelerator pedals. So Huben leads, Sadurski second, Menton still in third, but with the penalty it will drop him down to 6th place, and that will promote Babishek, Maximov and Marsh. Oh, Marsh having problems off of turn 7. He's dropped back, and this has been a weekend for the Winter Cup champion from late February to clearly forget. A real shame for him. So now that means that Avisil Kultai and Casarino now closing on the back bumper of Boaz Maximov. So they are battling now for what is effectively 5th position. Mies Huben now goes on to the penultimate lap of the race. The timer now expires. And still keeps it planted, still keeps it calm and consistent, even though the back end is trying to step out as soon as he presses the accelerator pedal. Sadurski now 6.471 seconds adrift. Jake Menton nearly 9.2 seconds adrift. But then adding the penalty of 5 seconds for a jump start will put the Dutch driver behind Zdenek Babishek and ahead of Boaz Maximov, and demoting the 31 down to 3rd place. Mies Huben still now coming through turn 7. Max Sadurski looking rather lonesome in 2nd place. Jake Menton now being caught by Zdenek Babishek. So the Czech Republic driver in the number 25 still closing. And on the last lap alone, Babishek actually put in a 1 minute 21.570. That was nearly 7 tenths quicker than Jake Menton. Mies Huben puts in a sub 1 minute 21 lap time on lap number 8. That was a 1 minute 20.794 on the timing screens, and has gone through over nearly half a second quicker than Max Sadurski on sector 1, over a tenth quicker in sector 2. As now Huben is just under 1,360 metres away as he comes through turn 2 for the final time of being provisionally classified as your weekend winner for Micromax in the first round of the Euro Trophy season here in 2020. Zdenek Babishek is fast running out of time to try and get one up on Jake Menton. But nevertheless, Jake Menton will still receive a post-race penalty, and at the minute it looks like the number 31 from the Netherlands could end up in 4th place, which would promote the Czech Republic's Zdenek Babishek up to 3rd in the number 25. Huben now coming through into turn 8 for the last time. So Huben took the advantage in race 1 after a first lap incident involving Scott Marsh as they were squabbling over the lead. Saw the Brit turned 180 degrees the wrong way and ending up backwards just off the grass off of turn 2. So Huben now this time around knows that this is pretty much in the bag. Through down to turn 12 comes the number 28 from the Netherlands. From GKS Lemons Power, the checkered flag waves for your provisional winner of the weekend. Heading to Portimao in early December, it is Mies Huben from the Netherlands. Max Sadurski will take 20 points in this race, placing 2nd, as Zdenek Babishek manages to get past Jake Menton on the... There's a bit of gesticulation between the pair there as well. I'm wondering if that's lost in translation there, maybe, but Zdenek Babishek ends up in 3rd place, ahead of Jake Menton. Menton will drop to 5th as a result of the jump start time penalty, adding 5 seconds to the total race time. That'll mean that Boaz Maximov will take 4th, Jake Menton will take 5th, Dragos Avisil Kultai from Austria 6th, Niklas Casarino from Germany 7th, with Scott Marsh rounding out the 8 strong that did start the race. Scott Marsh was resurgent but ended up going off, having problems or dramas off of turn 7. But Mies Huben will head to the International Trophy at Portimao on the 8th to the 13th of December.
Ja, het was gewoon een race. Ik stel nog een paraplu. Juist nog mijn jasjes en halen in de auto. Gebracht van een lunchpakketje en dan kan ik dat mijn jas gaan halen. Wie heb je wij?
Now we have 4 drivers now trying to get away for... Oh! Before I've even gone through the grid, we've had a little bit of an incident on the start-finish line. Karel Stout has just been hit from behind by, looks like Fernand Franco trying to get off the starting grid, and Karel Stout is at a standstill. He's not the only one now, because that looks to be the 197, also Francis Mathis Soubadou. Drama before we've even got going in Minimax for the second final. So they're trying to now... That looks like we're going to have a fifth of the field not taking the start, or are we? So now, Karel Stout looks to have gotten started again. So straight away, an initial incident before we've even gotten racing has had one retiree in the form of the 197 of Francis Mathis Soubadou. A real shame, as the French driver was set to start on the inside of row number 3. Renault Fernand Franco, having hit the back bumper of Karel Stout on that particular occasion, I don't think was what either of those drivers was particularly wanting. So Tam Saleh will start on pole position, having taken a maximum score in final number 1. Karel Stout hopefully will catch up to the rest of the field and then try and get an opportunity, as we have the 107, I think I've just seen, of Boulouet just crossed the start-finish line. So now the drivers are starting to close up in terms of their formation ahead of their second and last final of the weekend. Currently, the points are as thus: Tam Saleh on 25, Karel Stout on 20, Thiemen Huben on 16, Jasper Leenerts on 13. So, in many respects, you could have 4 of these drivers having an opportunity to potentially take the ticket to Portimao a little bit later on after we go racing. So the sole French representative, Mathis Soubadou, not running in this race, as we are waiting for the 2 that are trying to catch up to the field. We had 4 nigh-on non-starts on the grid. So on pole position, it should be, as now Karel Stout tries to get his way to the front of the grid and should slot in front of Jasper Leenerts, which now happens. 9 drivers going into battle. So it is Saleh, Stout, Huben, Leenerts. There's no Soubadou here. Renault Franco, Aljaz, Radenkovic, Loet, and Stevens. 11 minutes set on the timer. Red lights on the starting gantry for one final time to conclude the inaugural Mini-Max race weekend in Euro Trophy history. Revs rise, lights go out, and instantly Renault Franco is out in terms of trying to catch up with everybody. The cart is breaking down, it looks like. There's a mechanical drama there, and I think now Renault Franco bangs the steering wheel in frustration, as now Jasper Leenerts drops out of the top 4. Karel Stout being hounded now by Thiemen Huben as Tam Saleh gets a good getaway. As now that is 2 retirees, 1 before the formation and 1 just after the rolling start took place. So Soubadou and Renault Fernand Franco out. As there's a move up the inside, I think Matej Radenkovic looking to fancy some chances here. Now they come down towards turn 10 for the first time. Aljaz up the inside. Oh, nearly clatters into the side of Thiemen Huben there, going through turn 10. Saleh leading, Stout in second. If Karel Stout can actually catch up to the German and take the win and it gets officially confirmed, then Karel Stout will also book a place at the International Trophy at Le Mans later on this year. So Tam Saleh leads the way by over 1.25 seconds ahead of Karel Stout. Thiemann Huben, Matej Radenkovic. Oh, we've had a little bit of a spinner there, and that is the 1:07 of Bolouet from Belgium. Now back at the bottom of the order, as I have just seen. I think now, has Mathis Soubadou actually rejoined? That might very well be the case, because the French driver's Sodicat is showing up on the timing screens. Battle for second, very much on between Stout, Huben, Radenkovic. Aljaz now factoring into this. Four-way scrap over second place. Radenkovic goes a little bit wide going into the apex of turn 8, gets a little bump from behind on Aljaz, looks towards the inside of Huben, and also Karel Stout. I can't believe that one. Radenkovic managed to get past them both, but then Karel Stout decides, oh no, sunshine, you are not getting past. And then Radenkovic loses out to Huben, gets a run coming out of turn 11, up the inside, goes back up into third position, touches the curbs, and he does a 360. Oh my goodness, Radenkovic's weekend goes from bad to worse, going through turn 11. The back right wheel touched the curbs and it spat out the 196, a full 360 pirouette, but he's back up to full racing speed. Tam Saleh in the meantime has now got a 2.7 second gap over Karel Stout. Vidmar Aljaz battling away with Thiemann Huben for P3. Huben looking towards the inside through turn 4 but can't get past. However, this is giving the opportunity that Germany's Tam Saleh really, really needs. Obviously, all event sessions called on the live stream and on the circuit PA are provisional, pending any scrutineering and sporting checks post-race, as Aljaz goes wide, trying to go around the outside of Karel Stout through turn 7. But the Belgian... Now, I'm just sort of having a look at the back bumper of Karel Stout's kart, because that was a hefty whack it suffered as a result of the rear end impact, courtesy of Renault Fernand Franco, who is out of the race and was 6th when we went racing. And it looks like, I'm just going to keep an eye, I think that right side bumper of the rear of Karel Stout's kart is dragging. He's pulling in the pits, he knows it's done. It's over and done with. It is, oh my goodness, that jolt from behind loosened the right side of the rear bumper. And that is 2 competitors out. Which means now that Vidmar Aljaz ends up in second position, Thiemann Huben. Now this is where it gets interesting as Bolouet gets up the inside. Oh, this is a dicey little scrap here. Jasper Leenertz loses out to both Vic Stevens and Bolouet through into turns 3 and 4. And they're still battling away going through turn 6 onto the back straightaway, as that's a really good turn of momentum. Oh, here we go. Slingshotting past the 169 goes Bolouet, it looks like, up into what is now 6th position. So I'm looking at the permutations here once again from a mathematical perspective. Tam Saleh at the moment is on effectively an aggregate of 50 points, as down towards turn 10 come Vic Stevens and, well, I think it's, let's just have a look here. That is Vic Stevens ahead of Bolouet. That is the battle for position. So Karel Stout not factoring into this race. 5 minutes and 36 on the clock still to go. 2.5 seconds is the lead between Tam Saleh and Vidmar Aljaz. Karel Stout now will be confirmed pretty much instantaneously as a retirement. Mathis Soubadou is still running and is in 8th place, having started in 5th and having an issue, was pulled to the side and then ended up coming out of the pre-grid. So it's recirculating. As now, again, it's a to and fro match between the 107 of Boluet, and Vic Stevens in the 169, but Boluet is braver on the brakes. Oh, spins around into turn 7 and goes backwards. Oh my goodness. Just when you think you can't have enough drama at the start, this has got so many ups and downs like a yo-yo on a string. And now that means that catching the 107 of Boluet, who was running P6, now has, it looks like Mathis Subadu trying to close for what is 8th position. But Karel Stout knew that the back bumper was dragging on the right-hand side and thought, well, that's my day done, unfortunately. It's a real shame for the Belgian for PG Motorsport. He was running in Micromax until the current situation presented itself as Tam Salaire goes a bit sideways coming through into turn number 2. But I'm just having a look. Now, who's just set the... Hang on a minute. Vidmar Aljaz has just taken the fastest lap of the race on lap number 4. We're on lap 6 at the minute. So the Sports Still AKK driver has done a 1 minute 19.693. Thiemann Huben has done a 1 minute 19.817. Matej Radenkovic, who started 8th, now is in 4th position, has just done a 1 minute 19.887. And Huben now is the quickest of all the drivers through sector number 1, a 31.385. As Aljaz last time around was close to half a second quicker than the current leader, Germany's Tam Salaire. Thiemann Huben in 3rd, Radenkovic, Stevens, Leynertz, Loet, Subadu, and it looks like Karel Stout's actually managed to have repairs affected and has gone back out in 9th place, but is 2 laps off the leaders. Less than 3 minutes to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. And still, Salaire has been leading from lights out. As he goes into turn 3 and the back left wheel steps up as he puts on the brakes and turns in. It's very much like a front-wheel drive touring car in that kind of characteristic in wet and dry weather conditions. But I've just seen that Salaire has had a little bit of a drama. He went a little bit, I think maybe too wide, trying to find the optimum line going through turn 6. And the kart was trying to not respond, but Salaire managed to keep it planted. You can just see how much Tam Salaire is now working behind that steering wheel. There's consistent corrections, and even going into a straight line when you're going on the brakes. And, oh, it understeers big time. Understeers big time as it goes into the brakes, and the tyres are trying to scrabble for grip, and they're sliding a little bit further forward, even in wet weather conditions with wet Mojo tyres. As long as you've got the right mentality and you're not trying to bury the brake or bury the throttle, when you brake into a corner, go for the apex and power out of it. As now the gap goes down to 1.9353 seconds. Vidmar Aljaz still holds the fastest lap of the race, and that was on lap number 4, a 1 minute 19.363. Thiemann Huben is not being able to close on Vidmar Aljaz, which will give the opportunity for Tam Salaire just to get away, just to keep on going, keep pushing forward, don't look back, make sure that you hit your braking points correctly, turning in at the right time, making sure that the kart feels it's working the right way for you, and then powering out the corner without hitting the power too early and spooling up the rear tyres. That's the biggest test that both Mini and Micro have had in this second final, let alone the first one when we had our only red flag stoppage so far. So through turn 10, and then into the left at 11 comes Tam Salaire. Vidmar Aljaz looks to be getting closer and closer as the time ticks away. This time around, we will go on to the penultimate lap of the race. Salaire leads, Aljaz second, Huben in 3rd, Radenkovic getting some kind of redemption, but probably not what the 196 needs. Still in 4th place, 3 seconds off of Thiemann Huben. Vic Stevens now rounds out the top 5 ahead of Jasper Leenerts, Boluet, Mathieu Soubadou, and the resurgent Karol Stout now round out the 9 strong. Rino Fernand Franco out of the race before we'd even got towards turn 1. A real shame for the Dutch driver, who had been in pretty much big contention up until the end of yesterday, when it all went wrong in final 1 this morning. So Saler will now come across the start-finish line very shortly to start the final lap. 9 laps completed, 1 to go. Tam Saler looks towards turn 2 for the final time. The gap has been truncated by Vidmar Aljaz to just over 1.6 seconds. Thiemann Huben has just put in a 1 minute 19.783, a personal best in this session, as Boluet gets past Jasper Leenerts for 6th position on the road. And again, I keep on seeing that Tam Saler is just trying to just keep going and keep pushing forward, trying to make as minimal a mistake as possible, because even if Thiemann Huben secures what would be 2nd position, Saler, if he was 3rd, would still win the weekend. And now it is a case of just bringing it home and pointing the carts in the right direction. A little bit sideways through the last time, through turn 10, through turn 11. Now on the short blast, the run down to the 12th and final corner. And provisionally speaking, winning the inaugural Minimax race weekend, it's Germany's Tam Saler from GKS Lemons Power with a double victory here on finals day. 2 hands off the wheel to celebrate, and a great result for Vidmar Aljaz. Thiemann Huben takes 3rd position, and I think with that will take the runner-up spot in the weekend. Radenkovic takes 4th ahead of Belgium's Vic Stevens. Boluet will finish in 6th ahead of Belgium's Jasper Leenerts. Mathieu Soubadou comes across the line 0.047 of a second adrift in 8th, with Karol Stout, who had a drama with the back bumper, coming adrift after what looked to be a hefty whack before we went on to the sighting lap, finishing in 9th, with Rino Fernand Franco not finishing, or didn't even start the race, got as far as the end of the formation lap and pulled to one side. But winning Minimax here in the first race weekend on its introduction into the Euro Trophy from Germany, Tam Saler takes the win and the weekend with it.
man.
Now come to our third of 6 finals here, and we've already had a spinner off of turn number 2. That looks to be the 255, I believe. That's Carol Schultz from France. Junior Rotax final 2. There was a disqualification post-race. Unfortunately, Will McIntyre lost the win and ends up starting from the back of the grid, which means that Kai Hilats, who finished second, will start from pole position. Nick Gerhards will line up alongside on the front row. Tim Gerhards and Bruno Molders round out the top 4 positions. Nikita Genzer and Max Knappen round out the top 3 rows ahead of Colin van Lammeren and Kian Agasade. Carol Schultz and Mackenzie Cresswell round out the top 10 ahead of Gilles Chloé. Italy's Giuseppe Forenzi, Germany's Valentin Klus, Germany's Farin Mega on row 7, Eliska and Petra Babikova from the Czech Republic rounding out the top 8 rows. Thomas Martins and Marcus Lutzio from Belgium and Great Britain respectively will complete the 9th row. Rounding out the top 20 will be Janis Stiak and Lucas Schoenmakers, with Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark, Austin Lee from Germany, and Sodi Vitesse's Will McIntyre rounding out the 23 strong. It looks like Janis Stiak is not out on the formation lap, so down to 22 drivers. Unless Stiak is in the pre-grid and waiting for the field to go racing. 11 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. Drivers now making their way through into turn number 7. Now Kai Gielert and Nick Gerhards will be the ones controlling the pace, and they're starting to do that early, ahead of the rolling start formation. Temperatures still at around about 19 degrees Celsius, but the humidity is pretty high, 90%. A significant amount. It might be cooler temperatures, but the humidity brings another dimension to the weather. There are slight rain, this is a very, very slight shower that we have here, but the track incredibly damp and greasy. The drivers now come through turn number 12 for their 5th and final race of the weekend. Revs rise. Full start. So the drivers now acknowledging that they need to go round for another formation lap. Race director not happy with that one. As, oh, we've had a spinner a little bit further down the order, and that looks to be Bruno Mulders. Mulders set to start on the outside of row number 2 in 4th position in the 277. So again, the track conditions incredibly greasy. So Gielert and Nick Gerhards will control the pace once more. As long as we have the 2x2 rolling start formation in nigh on perfect harmony, we will have the lights going out on the gantry. So Gielert, Nick Gerhards, Tim Gerhards, Bruno Mulders, Nikita Genzer, Max Knappen, Colin van Lammeren, Kian Agasade, Carol Schultz, and Great Britain's Mackenzie Cresswell round out the top 10 as we have another second bite of the cherry to get this race underway. Raindrops starting to slightly intensify a little bit more as we are under starters' orders. Once again, through into the tram lines come the junior Rotax drivers. Let's see what the race director says this time. Oh, bad start for Nick Gerhards, who absolutely drops to the back of the field. Oh, and one cart going off in avoidance. And now that looks to be Janis Stiak coming out of the pre-grid. Gielert has the lead. Tim Gerhards up into second place as his brother Nick dropped all the way down and has broken down on the outside of turn 1. Disaster for the 206 from the Netherlands from SP Motorsport. He was in with a chance, as now Gielert goes right wide out of turn 6. Tim Gerhards now takes the lead. Field now making its way. Colin van Lammeren behind Nikita Genzer. Those two round out the top 4 in 4th and 3rd respectively, as it's nearly 2 abreast coming through turn 7 for the first time of asking. So Tim Gerhardt has started to break away. Now, even if Kai Gielitz finishes second, it won't be enough for Tim Gerhardt to get the weekend win, because that'll put the Dutch driver in the 2.05. Oh, drama off of turn 10. That's Lucas Schoenmakers, who's gone spinning 180 degrees. And also, I've just noticed that the 2.07 of Austin Lee from Kachmi.de, representing Germany, the left front bumper looks to be a little bit bouncy on the front end. As I've just seen that the 2.01 of Valentin Klus went quickly across. Oh, more dramas off of turn 2, another spinner. So the conditions still catching out drivers, especially when they're trying to get things going. And that might have been, I think, Gilles Chloé might have been the one that span out. Gielitz now battling away, trying to get past Nikita Genza. As, the front axle of the 274 from JJ Racing starts bouncing over the curbs over turn 7. But he manages to keep ahead of up the inside of Colin Van Lammeren, attempts to go Bruno Mulders, but Van Lammeren up the inside. And I think that might, I'm just looking behind, as, a little bit sideways there coming out. That might have been Max Knappen that went sideways coming out of turn 9 there. So we're fast approaching the completion of lap number 2. Leading the way, it is the 2.05 of SP Motorsports, Tim Gerhardt. Kai Gielitz from JJ Racing in second. Böhler Kart Racing Team's Nikita Genza from Germany in third. Mulders fourth. Van Lammeren, Knappen, McIntyre in the 2.89 has absolutely flown through the field in the first 2 laps. Amidst all the drama and incidents that have happened with people spinning out, Will McIntyre started 22nd. He's made up 15 places in the first 2 laps. And now he's really starting to charge. He's got Max Knappen from the Netherlands just up ahead in 6th position. And he's got the move done through into the turn. And you can just see how much these drivers are pushing. So 1 retirement before we even got to, that driver got to turn 2. It's a real disaster for Nick Gerhardt in the 2.06 from the Netherlands. As Will McIntyre now trying to feed his way through. He's past Max Knappen, 4 P6. That makes another gain. That's 16. That's 17 positions actually. I stand corrected there. And now we'll have to try and catch those up in front. As Bruno Mulders is 4th ahead of Colin Van Lammeren. The pair go wide. Oh no! Another spinner. Another spinner, and that was the 2.63 of Colin Van Lammeren from the Netherlands. And he'll drop quite quickly outside of the top 10 as Mikkel Pedersen just gets past. And there's more dramas a little bit further back. Lucas Schoenmakers battling away with Kian Agasade. And that was for what will be... Oh, we've had more dramas. Oh, no. Off of turn number 4, we've had another spinner. The drivers are so hard in pushing to try and get past one another, it can cause a problem. Because sometimes if you make the slightest misjudgment, the back end steps out and you go pirouetting. As there I see Eliska Babikova getting stuck in, and Marcus Lutzio now up into 8th position, having started 18th. 10 positions gained. And behind Eliska Babikova is Carol Schultz from France. Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark with Oris competition. In the 2.52 just behind. And then you've got Thomas Martins from Belgium. Or was it? No, you've got Colin Van Lammeren. Where is Thomas Martins is where I'm wondering. And he's gone a little bit further back, I think. And he's back a few places down. Rain's starting to fall still. As drivers testing the limit of adhesion. As up the inside of the 2.77 goes Will McIntyre. Or does he? He does. He goes through turn 3. Mulders tries to get through on the inside of turn 4. Makes the position. But then Will McIntyre switches to the inside. Round the inside of the Dutchman goes Will McIntyre. Up into what is now 3rd on the road. From 23rd on the grid. I did say yesterday afternoon Will McIntyre would come back fighting. He did in the first final, but obviously with the technical non-conformity, it put the Brits on the back foot. However, at the front of the field, it is still Tim Gerhard's leading. He was 1.65 seconds ahead of Kai Gielats, but Gielats is in the prime position. As long as nothing happens to the 274, he is pretty much assured of the weekend victory and the championship lead heading into Wackersdorf in just 4 weeks' time. Entries now open for the second round between the 4th and the 6th of September at the Pro Kart Raceland circuit in Germany. Eliska Babikova trying to make sure she can get out of the corner correctly and closes up on Mikkel Pedersen. And Pedersen was ahead for a moment, briefly across the start-finish line, but the Czech Republic driver goes up the inside through turn 2. Pedersen round the inside coming through the corner. Babikova goes over the curves. Pedersen round the outside of turn 4. As Max Knappen fancies a chance at getting past Bruno Molders and is going to do so. Slingshots past into turn 7. But then Molders responds and gets back up the inside through turn 8. But then Nikita Genza, who's just behind all of this in the 226, sees all the squabbling going on. Bruno Molders goes towards the outside of turn 9. Genza follows. Knappen up ahead in the 248. They now make their run down. And I think at the moment, Molders will have the inside run through into turn 10. Genza tries to go through the inside of Max Knappen, who responds up the inside of Bruno Molders. The pair compromise each other, and Nikita Genza gives a little bit of assistance to Bruno Molders into turn 12 and follows the Dutchman through. And then tries to go through. Oh, nearly loses the front end of the kart, but manages to keep it planted and goes at nigh on interlocking wheels with Bruno Molders into turn 2. Gets the position, but then Max Knappen, I think, has profited from all of that because, again, Genza down a couple of places behind Knappen and Molders as they go through turns 4 into the left at 5. Mikkel Pedersen's just behind this, as is Francis Carol Schultz. Gap now between Tim Gerhards and Kai Gielats is 1.3 seconds approximately. Fastest lap of the race on lap number 6 as we are now on lap number 7. William McIntyre from Sodi Vitesse running out the top 3. Currently 3.7 seconds behind Kai Gielats. As Mikkel Pedersen fancies a chance of getting past Carol Schultz and nearly goes into the back bumper of the French driver coming out of turn number 8. Goes towards the inside through turn 9. Schultz runs wide. Pedersen goes through. And then Marcus Lutzio manages to get past as well on the approach into turn number 10. Black and white warning flag for Bruno Molders in the 277. Mackenzie Cresswell, unfortunately, his weekend has come to an abrupt end on lap number 5, and that is a retirement for the 216 from Great Britain, who started from 10th position after all the decisions by the stewards through technical and sporting were confirmed. As now Nikita Genza battling with Mikkel Pedersen for position. Marcus Lutzio has got Carol Schultz just behind. As now Knappen looks over the right shoulder in the approach into turn 6 to see where Bruno Molders is. But the rest of the field, now Tim Gerhard has lost an absolutely massive amount of time to Kai Gielats on the last lap. The gap was nearly 1.5 seconds. That looks to be less than that. But I can see that Gerhard, as he comes down, into turn 10, 1 minute and 13 seconds on the clock still to go. And I know for a fact that Kai Gielats, being the competitive individual that the Belgian is, will want to take the win. But if there was another couple of minutes on the clock and the pace that Gielats has showed, he's gone 0.128 quicker on that last lap than Tim Gerhard's. Gap now down to 1.345 of a second. Will McIntyre has gone quicker on that lap than the two in front. He went a little bit quicker by over half a second off of the leader. 1 minute 14.693, a 1 minute 15.204 for Gerhards and Kai Gielats, a 1 minute 15.076. And still, at a little bit further back, Marcus Lutzio now trying to close up on Bruno Molders as Mikkel Pedersen gets past for 5th position. The 255 of Carol Schultz is now battling away with Nikita Genzer from Germany. Leaders now coming to turn 10. The clock will strike 0 right about now. Next time around, the final lap board will show to the Netherlands' Tim Gerhards running in the 2:05 entry for SP Motorsport. Rielitz doesn't really need to go and challenge the Dutch driver because he knows that he has just got to keep the kart on the black stuff. Will McIntyre, having done a sterling job after disappointment after final 1, now up into 3rd place after 11 minutes plus a lap. And I'm sure they'll have his head held high with high esteem after this fantastic result. And this could be the precursor to an interesting title dynamic which will see us crown a new Junior Rotax champion this season. Now, we have had a penalty issued. It is for the 2:21 of Gilles Clouet, who post-race will get 3 seconds time penalty added to the total race time for the Belgian driver, who's currently running 17th at the moment. But Max Knappen fending off Mikkel Pedersen in the dying stages. And there's Bruno Mulders not too far behind, and also Marcus Lucio. But this time, the checkered flag will wave for Tim Gerhards for the Netherlands. But in second, provisionally speaking, takes the series lead and pats the right side pod. It's Kai Rielitz from Belgium. Will McIntyre with one of the drives, if not the drive, of the weekend. Started 23rd and finished in 3rd position. Max Knappen takes 4th, and Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark with RS competition pumps the and spins out on the slowdown lap. Spins out on the slowdown lap coming on the exit of turn 2. I think his celebration was a bit too exuberant there. And rounds out the top 5. Bruno Mulders in 6th ahead of Great Britain's Marcus Lucio, putting 2 Brits in the top 10. Carol Schultz from France in 8th. Nikita Genzer, the highest placed German driver in the 226, takes 9th ahead of Eliska Babikova from the Czech Republic. So looking at the bottom part of the grid, Mackenzie Cresswell and Nick Gerhards unfortunately retired on both laps 5 and not even lap number 1 respectively. 11th, Colin van Lammeren. Lucas Schoonmakers recovers to 12th place at the end of it all. Giuseppe Florenzi from Italy 13th. Thomas Martins and Farin Mega from Belgium and Germany respectively ran out the top 15. Rounding out the 21 that finished are as follows. Valentin Klus, Austin Lee, Kian Agasade, Petra Babikova, Gilles Clouet drops to 20th as a result of the 3-second time penalty post-race, with Janis Stiak from Kraft Motorsport representing Germany finishing as the 21st and final classified driver to cross the line.
Das ist Maximum.
31 races down, 3 to go, and here comes the big one. Senior Rotax, final number 2. 36 drivers, a capacity grid here at Karting Genk. Your starting order is as follows. Dylan LaHaye will start on pole position. Alongside him will be Great Britain's Sean Butcher, who's looking forward to trying to get redemption from the Winter Cup back in February. Mads Ries and Stormbrower, that's row 2. Lewis Gilbert and Matilda Olsson. Row 3, Luca Leistra, Zsombor Kovac, Kai Hunter and Max Stemmerdink round out the top 10 positions. Arthur Horsch, Andreas Heber, Lachlan Robinson, Guilherme de Oliveira, Elia Galvanin, Felix Jansson, Emily de Hoys, Reese Hunter, Fabian Bock and Bradley Barrett round out the top 20. Luna Blum, Philip Vava, Teddy Clinton, Kilian Tarnier, Ollie Pilker, Teresa Babikova, Jordi van der Eyck, Robin Knutsson, James Johnson, and also Lukas Hartmann from Germany rounding out the 30 strong. And then the last 6 are Anthony Boulou from France, Vincent France from Germany, Jules Castro from Belgium, Laura Zanen also hailing from these shores, with Mario Sidler and Karol Kret rounding out the 36 strong grid. 14 minutes this time of racing action plus an additional lap. A slight rain shower is hitting the circuit. So the top 4 coming into this race are split by just 12 points. It's 25 for a win, 20 for second, 16 for third, 13 for fourth, and 11 for fifth. And then from 6th down to 15, we go all the way from 10 to 1. The anticipation is absolutely overwhelming. Senior Rotax, one of the most explosive categories when it comes to racing action at the limit of adhesion in the Rotax racing family. 48 drivers entered this weekend. We did have some drivers decide to not compete, but nevertheless, the final 36 go into battle for their last time. 9 races, the 9th and final one set to conclude the action. The revs rise, lights are out and we are racing. Great start by Dylan LaHaye, but Sean Butcher trying to put it around the outside of the Belgian. Runs a little bit wide. Mads Ries up the inside into second place. And oh no, Butcher hits the side of Ries and goes spinning. And everyone else is trying to avoid. Butcher rejoins all the way down the order. He's going to drop out of the top 25. That's disaster. Disaster for Sean Butcher. Mads Ries, in the meantime, he now jumps up into second position as a result of that drama for Sean Butcher. But there are still 13.5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. Butcher tried to go up the inside of LaHaye into turn 1, and it did not work out. The back end sapped out. He went spinning. And he's now got to try and do his best to get back up the order. And when you have another 33 or 34 drivers ahead of you, that is one excessively steep mountain to climb, as we've got one driver definitely not. Now, who is that off of the... now, is that's not Bradley Barrett, is it, that's dropped and is broken, that has stopped off of the exit of turn 9. LaHaye leads, Ries in second, Gilbert third. That's Stormbrower, followed by Matilda Olsson, who rounds out the top 5. Olsson came into this with 10 points as Stormbrower tries to go up the inside going into turn 3 on Lewis Gilbert. Can't get through on the Scott as it is nearly 3 abreast. Oh my goodness me, that's one. That is, I think, Teddy Clinton that got up the inside and managed to get through for position. Or was that Kai Hunter? But the drivers make their way down to turn 7 for the second time of asking. Lead between Dylan LaHaye and Mads Rees. Nearly a second as of the completion of lap number 1 of this race. Fastest lap of the race is being held by the leader. And unfortunately, yes, that was Bradley Barrett that did start to have problems and ended up having major dramas and nearly came to a nigh on standstill coming out of turn 9. Leaders now coming through the final corner. 11 minutes and 35 still to go. Everyone's scrabbling for traction. LaHaye, Rees, Gilbert, Brewer, Olsson. That's the top 5, followed by Leistra, Kai Hunter, Zsombor Kovac, Andres Hebel, as Max Stammerding gets passed by Guilherme de Oliveira, as there are more dramas. And that is one of the KR Sport carts, and that was Guilherme de Oliveira that has now dropped down a little bit further. He's gone, ended up behind Artur Horsch, who's now trying to go back up the inside of. And just up ahead is Reese Hunter in the 3.33. Kai Hunter a little bit further up the road in 7th position in the 3.95. So Bradley Barrett, he's now going to have an early shower, unfortunately, is the 3.27 from Great Britain, having started down in started in 20th position. A real shame. But LaHaye leading on home soil. Lewis Gilbert trying to muscle his way past Mads Rees through turn 12. Gets up close to the back bumper of the 3.79 from Denmark and now goes for it. Jinx to the left, Jinx to the right, goes to the left. Trying to get a bit more traction coming through turn 2. Gets a real good run. Oh, slips in front, just in front of turn 3. Brilliant dice there by Lewis Gilbert, but Mads Rees re-counters, and then so does Lewis Gilbert. So they change positions twice in 2 corners through turns 4 and 5. God, I was so excited about that one. I got my corner numbers mixed up. So Lewis Gilbert now ahead of Mads Rees. Matilda Olsson trying to chase down the Netherlands Storm Brewer from SP Motorsport as they now make their way through into turn number 7. And at the moment, Sean Butcher, having dropped all the way down to the back part of the field, now is 30th and is starting to make some inroads. As I said earlier, after that incident happened, that is an incredibly tough challenge. But with the competitiveness of someone like Sean Butcher, who will want to get up the order as quickly as possible, side his way through the field. And there's a few carts ahead. I can see Sean Butcher coming through turn 10. Leader has crossed the line about 7 seconds ago, and that was Dylan LaHaye. Is the lead over Lewis Gilbert of over 3.879 seconds. Dylan LaHaye now has the fastest lap of the race, but now that Lewis Gilbert has clear air ahead, he was just under 9/10 off in terms of pure lap pace, which allowed the gap to extend from 2.9 seconds to 3.8, and we've now had 2 time penalties, and one of them has gone to Sean Butcher for a pushing penalty, 5 seconds added. The other one has gone to the 3.02 of Ollie Pilker. So both drivers now hit with 5-second time penalties that will be added to their race time after the conclusion of this second final. 8 minutes and 15 seconds to go, plus an additional lap in this race. And I'm just seeing that Kai Hunter is ahead of Zsombor Kovac. And Andreas Hebel, the French driver from Dams Racing, really thriving in the wet weather conditions, having started in 12th, now up into P9. LaHaye crosses the line to complete lap number 5. And Lewis Gilbert is starting to try and build momentum, try and close the gap. He's 3.8 seconds off and then puts in the fastest lap of the race in the process. Zsombor Kovac trying to swap positions with Kai Hunter, who powers around the outside of the Hungarian going into turn number 3 and gets through before the apex even exists on that particular corner. Mario Sidler up to 33rd. Jules Castro down all the way to 35th. We've had one retirement in the form of Bradley Barrett. I think that Jules Castro might be deciding. I had a quick chat with him earlier. He said I had a bit of a problem in the last final, so I think I had a bit of a misfire happening. So drama's happening all up and down the field, whether it's on track or whether there's an issue that they find that there's a problem with the cup. But Sean Butcher now has climbed up to 23rd position. Next up on his hit list will be Jordi van der Eyck and then Elliot Galvanin. Six minutes, 35 to go on the clock. Lead now extends to 4.231 seconds. LaHaye in prime position. Leading the way ahead of Lewis Gilbert. Mads Rees rounds out the top three. Stormbrower being chased down by Matilda Olsson from Sweden. As up the inside goes Zsombor Kovac again on Kai Hunter, just behind Andreas Hebel. But up ahead of this battling quartet, which is rounded off by Rees Hunter, is Luca Leistra, who started on 7th place on the grid as Hunter now loses out a myriad of places, as brother Rees, I think, is now ahead in the 333. Hunter now, Kai Hunter drops back behind Zsombor Kovac. Well, now he's behind Andreas Hebel as the 305 of Portugal's Guilherme de Oliveira. Now factoring in, this is the battle for what is 11th position at the back end of this train. LaHaye leading. Just looking forward like a primed racehorse with the blinkers on, making sure that every apex is hit correctly. Every line is taken, is done the right way. Smooth, consistent braking and throttle application. Neatly comes out of turns 4 and 5. So Hunter, or Kai Hunter now rounds out the top 10 positions. Felix Jansson drops behind Lachlan Robinson, as now it's getting a bit fisticuff out as, oh no! That is the 321 of Andreas Hebel that ends up running wide, as it might have been two abreast going through turn 4. Four minutes and 42 seconds still to go. Sean Butcher now hits the top 20, up into 19th position. 4.5 minutes still remaining on the clock. Battles now factoring in from the bottom half of the top 10 downwards. There's some really good scraps going on as the drivers not only try and circumnavigate their competitors, but also circumnavigate the conditions, as there's a near-on tussle. Oh, that is between the 301 of Max Stemmerdink, and that might have been Luna Blum, but there is the 379 of Mads Rees being passed by Stormbrower. So Stormbrower now up into P3 and has managed to pull away from Matilda Olsson, who still rounds out the top 5. Olsson was the points leader after the intermediate classification, having the lowest point score of anybody with 2 heat wins and a third, and also took the aggregated pole position in time qualifying. But whilst Polman and Rees are battling, Olsson will now just keep a little bit of distance, because the first thing that Olsson will want to do is that if the two in front come together, to have the opportunity to make that split second decision quickly and decisively at a moment's notice. Another 5-second penalty, it looks like. 3:01. Now, I haven't seen anything on the timing screen, but as Lewis Gilbert, Lewis Gilbert's out. Lewis Gilbert is out of the race. He was running as high as P2, but that has now meant that Mads Rees takes second position. No, that's not the case, because Stormbrower factors in. Matilda Olsson powers round the outside of Mads Rees and tries to get the cut back through into turn 4, but the Dane shuts the door on the Swede. So drama for both Lewis Gilbert and Bradley Barrett. Their weekend's coming to a sudden end in final number 2 after all that hard work yesterday. Philip Vava from Spain now up into 25th position. The 3:01 of Max Stemmerdink was the number that I saw flashing on the timing screen, and has had a 5-second time penalty given to him as a result of causing an avoidable collision. Now Matilda Olsson has got past Mads Ries eventually, and now has around about 3 minutes or so to try and close on Justin Pohlmann. Now I'm looking at the point side of things. Stormbrouwer, who is currently second. So LaHaye will get a maximum score with the way things are going, as Olsson now goes defensive into turn 2 on Mads Ries and closes up on Stormbrouwer. Manages to avoid. So we're fast running out of time. Drivers that are made up now. Sean Butcher has, I think, has he got a catapult on the back of that car? Because he has been like a driver possessed. The red mist clearly down, and is now in 12th position and will be closing on Olli Pilka, and is about 1.324 seconds behind, and there are 54 seconds on the clock remaining. So I'm just making some quick calculations that the way things are going at the moment, that Dylan LaHaye would win the weekend. Stormbrouwer would end up second by just a single solitary point ahead of Mads Ries, and who would round out the podium. But Matilda Olsson has this plus an additional lap as we go on to the penultimate lap of the race, and LaHaye is already through turn 5. So Olsson, last time around, did a 1 minute 13.692. That was nearly 4 tenths quicker than Stormbrouwer. And Stormbrouwer is about 6 tenths of a second up the road. But that depends on how quickly Olsson can push the envelope, as Hebau in the middle of, Olli Pilka trying to go up the inside of the French driver, and round the outside, heading into turn 6, tries to go Sean Butcher, and he's going to try and mug the pair of them, and he gets past. That's a brilliant opportunistic strategic move there. And that means that Sean Butcher is now back into the top 10 after such a fight back. Okay, he's got a 5-second penalty, but the drive and determination of the British driver is, I second to none cannot question that. That is a sign of things to come. But then Guilherme de Oliveira going towards the outside of the number 333 of Rhys Hunter. This is the battle for 7th on the road, as the final lap has been shown already to Dylan LaHaye. Stormbrouwer in 2nd, Matilda Olsson in 3rd, Mads Ries, Luca Leistra. They round out the top 5 positions. Zombor Kovac in 6th. 7th it's Rhys Hunter. Guilherme de Oliveira in 8th place ahead of Kai Hunter, and Sean Butcher now in the top 10. Butcher, I think, might try and get up into 9th place if he can get quickly past Kai Hunter, as he's behind the Brit. Going through turns 3, 4, into 5. Can't go through on 5, as Dylan LaHaye is just comfortably bringing the cart home. The gap between him and Stormbrouwer last time around was 10.8 seconds. So it is really a case of, let's just get home. Let's bring it home safe and sound. And Dylan LaHaye manages to survive the first corner incident where Sean Butcher could have actually taken the lead. But then it's doing the double. Dylan LaHaye wins here on home soil in Belgium, and provisionally speaking takes the weekend win in Senior Rotax. Stormbrouwer will take 2nd. Matilda Olsson did her level best and got up to 3rd position. Mads Ries in 4th place. Luca Leistra makes it 2 Belgians in the top 5. Zombor Kovac is followed by Rhys Hunter, Guilherme de Oliveira, Kai Hunter, Andreas Hebau. Sean Butcher ends up in 11th position at the end of it all, ahead of Olli Pilka. Now let's not forget that Sean Butcher has that 5-second time penalty to be added, and that will put him in around about 16th position, so just outside of the points. So Knutsson will follow Pilke ahead of Blum, Arthur Horsch, Max Stemmerdink, Emily de Hoys, Lachlan Robinson finishing in 18th. Or 17th, Fabian Bock 19th, Elia Galvanin, well 18th for Robinson, Fabian Bock 19th, Elia Galvanin in 20th, Felix Jansson 21st, Jordi van der Eyck, followed by Teddy Clinton, James Johnson, Philip Vava, Anthony Boulou, Teresa Babikova. The penalty has been applied, it looks like, for Sean. Well, it has been applied for other drivers, which will include the 301 of Max Stemmerdink, who drops to 24th. So Philip Vava 25th, Boulou, Teresa Babikova, Karol Kretz. The adjustment has been made. Sean Butcher will be classified ahead of Ollie Pilke. Lucas Hartmann, Vincent France, Mario Sidler, Lara Zanen, Kilian Tarnier, and Jules Castro rounding out the 34 that finished. And unfortunately, it was retirements on lap 7 for Lewis Gilbert, who is running up as high as second, and Bradley Barrett's not even making it to the end of lap number 1.
Ja, Dylan Lai.
Paddock announcement. Paddock announcement. New Rotax driver. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Use the wedge. Please report to speed. Use the wedge. New Rotax driver. 6, 2, 1. Thank you.
as the engines start up on the carts that now take to the circuit for our penultimate race of the opening round of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, DD2. Their fifth and final race. Race 33 of the meeting, DD2 Final 2. Here is your lineup, ahead of 14 minutes plus an additional lap of racing action. Manuel Tenchert will start on pole position. Alongside will be Nicolas Picot. There have been some adjustments made post the first final, as Glenn van Parijs from Belgium will start from third alongside Denmark's Mathias Lund. Then it is Peter Bezel from the Czech Republic and Silas Ritter from Denmark on row number 3. Austria's Friedrich Jerich will line up on 7th alongside Jakob Bezel from the Czech Republic on row number 4. Niklas Krenz and DJ Liberis round out the top 10 positions with the 416, the sole Greek entrant here this weekend. Mark Bartels from Germany and Wout Antonissen round out the top 6 rows, representing Germany and Belgium respectively. Luc Schippers from the Netherlands and Daniel Mahacek from Austria round out the top 7 rows. Jordi Klebold from Belgium and Germany's Florian Breitenbach round out row 8. Sebastian Janchevski and Belgium's Maxime Derich round out the top 9 rows, with Oliver Breitenbach and Mick Knowlton rounding out the top 20. Looks like also Mathias Lund is not on 4th position on the grid, so Van Parijs might have a bit more of an opportunity to go for the lead in the initial phases. Johan Andersson will be 21st, ahead of Ville Villainen from Finland. Zonov Schiblak starts down in 23rd place, ahead of Zenderua, with Janne Gussens rounding out the grid as it stands. We come to the conclusion of a penultimate category, and having new life breathed into it has really changed the landscape. The drivers now make their way through turn 11. They're blipping the throttles on the Rotax Max Evo engines, getting themselves primed, getting themselves psyched up, putting themselves into the zone, ready to go into battle when the red lights go out. And as was once said, cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. This is getting to be on tenterhooks right now as DD2 makes its way into the tram lines. Revs rise, throttles are pushed down, we are off and racing. And Glenn van Parijs tries to go for second initially. Manuel Tenchert gets the lead as rounds the outside, drifts Nicolas Picot. Glenn van Parijs up behind Manuel Tenchert. Picot still up into 3rd place. Peter Bezel keeps 4th for the moment. As then we also see other drivers trying to make their way up the order. Van Parijs looking to strike early as one driver comes onto the circuit, going off after turn 5. As now Van Parijs trying to close up through turn 7. Drifts a little bit wide through turn 8 now. Trying to get the run of momentum on the number 419 from Buvin Power, as it is nigh on 3 abreast as the 414 of Niklas Krenz battling away with the 488 of Mark Bartels. Oh, you don't want that when teammates are getting too close for comfort. As there goes the 460 of Jakob Bezel up a place. As Jordi Klebold drops to the back end of the field. Mathias Lund did actually join from the pre-grid, but Tenchert leads. Van Parijs second. Pico now in 5th place as Silas Ritter, well, 4th place as Silas Ritter gets past for 3rd. With Ritter having started in 6th position. Liberis, oh, the Greek Minotaur is well and truly back, up from 10th to 6th place after just the first lap and a bit. And he did say to me earlier on today, I'm feeling determined. That just meant, if you get the ball, you get the horns. There you go. DJ Liveris on a charge. But it is down to what happens next. Because looking at the permutations, as now the 406 of Nicolas Picot is battling away. And right next door, who goes absolutely sideways. That was Liveris going side by side with his teammate. Liveris put the throttle down, both rear tyres spooled up, and the back end went out to the right. Nevertheless, he is still going to fight tooth and nail, and he's got to try and get past Peter Bezel to get back on level pegging with his teammate. Yehi from Austria is just behind the number 416 from Greece. Niklas Krenz now up into 10th position, having initially dropped down from 9th outside of the top 10 as Liveris gets past Bezel. And that is for 6th position. And then Bezel gets bounced past by Yehi from Austria and then tries to go up the inside through the next corner and round the outside. You've got to be kidding me. I cannot believe I've just seen that. Who was that? That was the 437 of Luke Scheepers. Oh, sideways for Yehi coming out of turn 6. Oh, wow. But look at the front of the field. It's getting a lot closer between the top 4. You've got Tenchat, Van Parijs, Silas Ritter. And now I think that might be Peter Bezel getting on the back end of the train. No, it isn't, because you've got the 478 now, who I think, well, that's Matthias Lund. Matthias Lund is a back marker now. So they'll have to, let's just see how the timing reacts here. So Ritter is 3rd. Matthias Lund showing us there's an X across by the timing screen. So Jordi Kleebot has retired, ending the Belgians' weekend quite substantially there. But Luke Scheepers going around the outside of turn 5 around 2 different drivers as Niklas Grains struggles for traction. Oh, up the inside goes Scheepers. Oh, right rear wheel on the grass. Oh no, Scheepers goes off and loses 3 positions in the process. Oh my goodness, you cannot call what's going to happen here. But Scheepers comes flying back past the resurgent Zander Schriblak from Belgium. So Schriblak started all the way down in 23rd. And Scheepers definitely thinking about one. Well, that's Wout Antonissen that's up there too. So Antonissen trying to really get past Niklas Grains. Schriblak gets past Bartels, who goes sideways coming out of turn 9 off of the curbs. That is incredibly treacherous there off of turn 9. As Luke Scheepers now trying to do another outside move a bit further down the order, as then Zander Schriblak hangs out Antonissen to dry and gets past for P12. But then you look at the battle between the likes of, well, Silas Ritter getting ever so argy-bargy. And I think that might be with Manuel Tenchat, because now Glenn Van Parijs is leading. Him and Zentarua were the top 2 non-qualifiers based on their non-qualification practice times from earlier on in the week. And now, oh my goodness me, there has been a dynamic change to this race, because Silas Ritter has got past Manuel Tenchat. Now, coming into this race, Van Parijs was on 16 points in 3rd place. He now leads. That gives him an aggregate of 41 points. Even if Tenchat finishes in 3rd place, it is on the count back rule, and your last result is the one that is classed as the more significant. So Van Parijs needs to now start putting down the hammer, put in the qualifying style laps, as Silas Ritter has set the fastest lap on lap number 3. We're on to lap number 6. Silas Ritter is about 1.3 or so seconds away from Glenn Van Parijs. Zander Schriblak still battling away. This time it is with Niklas Grains. As Ritter now trying to get past. I think there's some back markers up ahead. One of them is Florian Breitenbach. So what this is allowing, now that I'm really... Okay, we've now got lap traffic added into the situation. This has really, if I'm honest here, well, the funny thing is I've just seen, hang on a second, now Matthias Lund is up in second position. This now again changes things, because if Manuel Tencher finishes in fourth place, that's 13 points, putting him on 28. Glenn Van Parijs wins, that's 41, because he's had 16 from race 1, final 1, and now race 2, taking a victory. But there are still 6.5 minutes of this race to go. So what do I say? Game on. It is about who wants it the most, who's going to push, who's really going to go for it. And now the fastest lap is in the hands of one Zander Schriblak. Schriblak started on the penultimate row of the grid and has made headway, whilst Zenderua has been stuck down in 22nd position. Schriblak now has made up 14, he's made up 14 places. Up to P9 goes the Belgian. And very soon, if Jakob Bezel, the defending champion who he was battling with last year, has a drama, that's another position. There is still enough time for Zander Schriblak. I think, I'm just looking at the gaps between, so close on Jakob Bezel, but then there's a 3.1 second gap back to Nicolas Picot from France. So 24 drivers still racing. One retirement, as Yuri Klebot did not make it past the end of the first lap. Well, actually didn't look like he took the start, unfortunately. So now we have Silas Ritter taking second position. And I'm just going to work something out here. Manuel Tenchert currently is fourth. So that would net him 13 points. I'm just going to look at it here. And that will put him on 38. If Glenn Van Parijs finishes in the lead of the race, once crossing the line, it's all officially ratified. It's 25 points. If it's second, because you look at how, well, this is the thing that's sort of stumped me a little bit. I didn't see Matthias Lund showing up on the timing screen. So whether there was a transponder issue, I'm not 100% sure. I'm sure that I will find out in due course. But if Van Parijs finishes second, he will be 2 points off of Manuel Tenchert to win the weekend and take the lead in the standings heading into Wackersdorf in just 4 weeks' time. Entries for that are now open. 10 minutes down, 4 to go. Van Parijs has a lead of 0.263 seconds ahead of Silas Ritter. Matthias Lund makes it 2 Danes and 2 drivers from RS competition rounding out the top 3 places. And Matthias Lund could actually end up on the podium if he's, well, I'm just looking at that. If he finishes third, as Pico is dropping. Pico now is in 8th place, and that would net the French driver 8 points, putting him on 28. And if Matthias Lund ends up third, he will then be on the final step of the podium by a single solitary point. Van Parijs just keeping it calm, not doing anything untoward, making sure that he mitigates the gap between himself and Silas Ritter. Now, I've just seen something interesting there. The timing has shown that briefly, for the slightest of moments, Manuel Tenchert now is showing in 4th place, but for the briefest instant he was showing in 3rd. DJ Liveris rounds out the top 6 behind Peter Bezel. Those two are separated by 5.5 tenths of a second, as we are getting towards the end of this race. Just a quick reminder, those that have been given transponders, please make sure you take them to the race office. All transponders need to be taken back to the race office, and also to collect your respective driver's licenses. So make sure that all transponders are returned back to the race office as required, and also to get your license, your competition license back. Coming into the last minute and 45 on the clock, still to go. Van Parijs is around 3 laps away, effectively. 2 to 3 laps away. So we are on now lap number 11 in this 33rd and penultimate race of the weekend. The final race out of 5 for DD2. And I could see the burning passion earlier on this weekend through Glenn Van Parijs. Had a really, really nice man. Really, really good guy. Been racing in Porsches, but he's come back to karting. He's doing some driver coaching now. And you can tell by the experience, the way he carries himself. Okay, in many respects, sometimes drivers do get a bit animated. But Van Parijs has weathered the storm, kept going, never given up. And that is the sign of a driver that has that will to win, that will to succeed above everything that is thrown at them, at every turn, at every moment. So now, Van Parijs goes on to the penultimate lap on the 419 from Bouvin Power, representing Belgium. Sander Schublak now up into 7th behind DJ Liveris. No, Liveris has got past Peter Bezel to go P5 in the final race of the weekend, and he could even get past Manuel Tenshirt. Oh my goodness me. Tenshirt, he said, well, I'm going to see what happens, and he got the win for final 1. But now Liveris, who I spoke with earlier on, oh, now there is a trailing bumper on the back of Peter Bezel. Oh, the right bumper, the right rear of the bumper is trailing Bezel. I'm wondering if he's aware of that, because that might have been through a little bit of contact. Yeah. Oh, he's gone into the side of Liveris, bouncing off of the curbs, and Schublak's gone through. And I think that was a bit too robust, as that bumper is not going to last much longer if Bezel is not careful. So I spotted that straight the way through, and that means that Sander Schublak now goes up into 5th place. So that is a mechanical black flag in my honest estimation for Peter Bezel. So the last lap board has been shown, and I'm sure that this guy is going to be celebrating the way he did last week at the B&L Karting Series. Tenshirt up the inside of Schublak, through into turn 2 for the final time. Liveris trying to keep with them. Bezel dropping off the radar. Schublak up the inside of Tenshirt through turn 4, threads the eye of the needle and makes it stick through 5. Oh my goodness. That's a hell of an overtake on the final lap of the race. Wow. DD2 never ceases to amaze anybody, let alone myself. But Sander Schublak now will move ahead. But Glenn Van Parijs from Belgium, from Bouvin Power in the 419, negotiates the right-hand sweeper at turn 10. Powers out of turn 11, the left-hander. And now we have another Belgian winner in final number 2. Proficiat Glenn Van Parijs from Belgium takes the checkered flag and wins final 2 in DD2. Convincingly ahead of Silas Ritter. Matthias Lund takes 3rd place. Sander Schublak with another dynamite drive, up from 23rd to 4th at the flag. DJ Liveris in 5th, Peter Bezel in 6th. Manuel Tenshirt, what could have been for the Austrian? And some you know what, the 2 title protagonists for last year's B&L Karting Series, fist bumping on the cool down lap. Those 2 guys have the utmost respect for each other. Utmost respect. Nicolas Picot was started on the front row, but would end up 8th at the flag. Jakob Bezel, the defending champion, in 9th at the end of it all. Mick Knowlton Started down in 20th, finished in 10th place. Friedrich Jerich in 11th. Niklas Krenz and Mark Bartels, the 242 competition teammates from Germany, take 12th and 13th. Ville Villelainen recovers from the back part of the field to finish in 14th, with Luke Shapers in 15th place. Wout Antonissen rounds out the top 16 ahead of Sebastian Janczewski. A difficult day in the office for the Polish driver, down in 17th. Daniel Machacek in 18th. Jan Negussen's 19th. Florian Breitenbach in 20th. Zenderuer 21st. Oliver Breitenbach 22nd. Maxim Driesch and Johan Andersen round out the top 24, with Jordi Klebo not making it onto the start grid. But we have had a couple of penalties issued post-race. 4-3-7 of Luke Scheepers will get a 5-second time penalty for forcing other drivers off the track in the eyes of race control. And also Niklas Krenz will get a 5-second time penalty. But breaking news from Belgium, Glenn van Parijs wins in DD2. in a span of just under 48 hours. We've had 7 5-minute qualification sessions, 34 races, and now we go to the 34th and final race of this weekend. Closing out the action will be DD2 Masters, as very shortly it will be asked for the grid to be cleared for one final time. Just a reminder that when we have the podium announced, we will not be playing the national anthems, I'm afraid, due to obviously the time constraints of testing the system. So we will be engaging with a podium mandating face masks to be worn covering noses and mouths, and also making sure that you observe the social distancing measures that are in place. It has been an emotional return for the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, because when the championship left Karting Campos on the 23rd of February 2020, there was a significant amount of uncertainty and apprehension, a massive change for the entire world, a change that will be forever remembered. And we think of those who have lost loved ones, friends and family. And in this difficult time, we have come together. We are united with one common contributing factor keeping us together. So, we are racing for one final time. And in many respects, there is a particular quote that seems rather poignant. As in, life doesn't wait for you. You've just got to pick it up and run with it. And that is what we have done all weekend long. We now come to the 34th and final race of the weekend. Those drivers that didn't make it to the grid on time will start from the pre-grid. So, the running order that was now showing up on your screens shows that Sławomir Murański will start from pole position. Alongside him will be Sebastian Humpelhardt from Germany. Thomas Schumacher and Tom Dessert, along with some of the others who have actually ended up being late for the pre-grid, they'll be starting from the pre-grid. Rudy Champion and Michael Becker, due to start 5th and 6th respectively, will look to be starting ahead of Rinaldo Kremiger, Konrad Bayer, Christoph Adams and Daniel Yildiz. So, starting from the pre-grid will be Thomas Schumacher, Belgium's Tom Dessert, who is meant to start 3rd and 4th respectively, Bart Koeman, Karl Klebort, Bruno Dos Santos and Jonathan de Brouwer from France. So the drivers now making their way onto their formation lap. "14 minutes set on the clock for one final time, plus an additional lap." The throttles are being blitzed for one final time. It has been an emotional journey for us all. But one more race to see out the weekend in the best way possible. The revs and the accelerators will help the Rotax roar scream once more this weekend here at the hallowed halls of Karting Genk. Lights are out and we are racing. Now the remainder of the field makes their way out of the pre-grid. Looks to be being led by Thomas Schumacher. Then Carl Clermont, who's swapped into his Team Belgium overalls, it looks like. Tom Dessert. We've had a moment already, and that looks to be Michael Becker, I believe. Yep, the 526. Oh, Konrad Bayer goes around the outside and does a 360 through turn 4 and keeps it planted. Oh, the drama never stops in the Euro Trophy, and Konrad Bayer has just brought that one out just to bring something home to the party. Well, Konrad, you're meant to be pointing in the right direction, not spinning 360 in the process of going through a corner, but I think he might have just hit a little bit of wet tarmac there, and that spat the back end of the 508 around like a good one, like a spinning top, but Bayer manages to control it. But Moransky is being chased down by Sebastian Rumpelhardt. Now, we had this situation before, last time out at Karting Campos, when Rudy Champion was battling away with Slavomir Moransky as the two standout drivers in DD2 Masters in Spain. Moransky won both heats, took pole position, took the win in final one. But there is always an if. There's always a little bit of negligible doubt that can come through. And that is if a driver ends up being overtaken for the race lead. Now I look at it at the moment, Slavomir Moransky in the 561 has 25 points. As the 521 of Jonathan de Brouwer manages to get past Daniel Yildiz, who boots the throttle down coming out of turn 4, and the back end steps to the left and the right respectively. So Rumpelhardt is currently on 20 points, Moransky currently on 25. Now if Rumpelhardt takes the win, it'll be the same situation as what we had at the Winter Cup between Moransky and Champion. And as I say that, Rudy Champion now is up into third place at the moment. Obviously with the amount of drivers that were on that were not on time onto the grid and ended up starting from the pre-grid as a result. So when the start got underway, they would then be released. Another mention to all drivers: if you have taken possession of a transponder for use this weekend, please make sure you take it back to the race office, and also in the process collect your competition license. Christoph Adams is now trying to get past Michael Becker. Now, dramas for the Belgian in the first final would put him down into the penultimate position on the grid as he goes up the inside of Becker through turn 6. Now starts to pull away and looks to be one of 5 drivers in this class running on the Study Kart chassis. And then Christoph Adams gets past Reinaldo Kremiger. Could I ask that senior Rotax driver 344, Kylian Tarnier, please report to the stewards immediately. Kylian Tarnier to the stewards immediately, please. Thank you. Just under 10.5 minutes remaining, and Moransky has a 5/10 of a second advantage over Sebastian Rumpelhardt. Rudi Champion and Christoph Adams rounds out the top 4. Micah Becker in 5th. Ronaldo Kremiger in 6th place. Thomas Schumacher 7th. Konrad Bayer still in 8th place now, despite the 360 on the very first lap. I will have to give Konrad Bayer 9.5 when it comes to the style points, but for staying on the racing line, I think I'd give that a 3. I'm sure we'll see the funny side of this later. Karl Klebort rounding out the top 9 positions as Christoph Adams trying to get the upper hand on Rudi Champion and gets past for P3. So now Adams has a chance of trying to close the gap up ahead, but with 9.5 minutes remaining plus an additional lap, I think the main focus is going to be our 2 leaders because they are line astern going through turn 11. But then Moransky gets the power down, gets into turn 12 first, comes out of the final corner, puts the power down nicely and cleanly, and makes that kart steer and track true going through into turns 1 and 2 there. As now, Rudi Champion coming under salvo fire. A warning shot across the bow from behind as Michael Becker going up the inside, or is he? No, he misses out going up the inside through into turn number 4. But behind is, I think that is Ronaldo Kremiger from Switzerland, from KSCA Saudi Europe. And memory serving me correctly, he actually has taken a pole position in Euro Trophy history. And that is the case. Switzerland have 2 pole positions to their credit. Kremiger is one of them, and the other one is a driver who has gone on hiatus for 2020, and we look forward to having him back next year. FM Racing's Jan Schwitter, normally running the 427, if memory serves me correctly, in DD2. As now, Ronaldo Kremiger trying to close on Rudi Champion. That is for 5th position on the road. And now Kremiger sends it up the inside of the Winter Cup champion. Nicely done there. Through turn 6. Saw that Champion was starting to drift a little bit wide to the outside of turn 6. And the Swiss driver put it nice and neatly up the inside. But at the front of the field, coming down towards turn 10, Moransky and Rumpelhardt interlocked in a chess game of DD2 Masters proportions. Last time around, the distance between first and second place was 0.710 of a second. Rumpelhardt looks to have absolutely destroyed that lead roundabout now. That's 5.5 tenths of a second, and Rumpelhardt has gone for the lead. Up the inside of Moransky through turn 2. 6 minutes and 43 on the clock to go. Moransky now has to just bide his time. Sorry, a bit of deep bass there. That's what he has to do now. Bide his time as Tom Dessert gets past, I think that is Karl Klebort, and they both also in the process got past Konrad Bayer. Now I do know for a fact that Konrad Bayer likes his drag racing, but Konrad, you know you've got to go around the corner, buddy. Just make sure you're not putting the hammer down too much coming out of the apex. Remember what happened on lap 1. 6 minutes and 8 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. And now Rumpelhardt could do exactly what Rudi Champion did over 169 days ago. But I know the resolve. Let's not forget that the number 561 from 4016 has been through a lot recently. 4016 had a fire in their trailer, which took out a significant amount of equipment and also directly affected Sławomir Murański. He also, through adversity, came back to win the inaugural title at Wackersdorf in late September 2018, when no one saw it coming. And I think including the driver in third place at the moment, Christoph Adams, who was on the podium at the end of the year, and also, if memory serves me correctly, was runner-up last year to Roberto Pajewski. So, Roberto, I hope you're keeping well. Nice to have someone that does the clean sweep in the Euro Trophy side of things and then goes over to win the grand finals in Sarno in DD2 Masters. I mean, just saying. So I hope you're keeping well, Roberto. Hopefully to catch up with you soon at some point in the not distant future. But the lead is in the hands of Sebastian Humpelhardt from RS Competition representing Germany. Murański was just over a quarter of a second off last time around. Gap looks to be slightly extending. Christoph Adams, in the meantime, has been setting the fastest lap and has done so again because it quickly went, I saw on the timing, it went Humpelhardt. No, it's Adams, Humpelhardt, Adams. And Adams has just gone in and put in a 1 minute 7.676. Michael Becker's just done nigh on 21 thousandths short for 1 minute 7.697 on that lap. The two leaders, Humpelhardt running in the 1 minute 8.0s and Murański running in the 1 minute 8.513 on that particular lap alone. So it is about how quickly Murański can try and close. However, there's always a fly in the ointment whenever things try to transpire that as much as anybody wishes. And the way that Christoph Adams is fighting back. Now, obviously, first of all, he would have started down in 13th position ahead of alongside Daniel Yildiz. But because some of the drivers were late to the pre-grid, this gave the Belgian the perfect opportunity. And now, he is 5.5 tenths off of Sławomir Murański, and these two know each other well. They've battled together in the last couple of seasons. And I expect 2020 isn't going to be very different at all, because the way that Christoph Adams is just putting in the hot laps, but then we have Michael Becker from RS Competition in the 5.26 running out the top four, putting in a 1 minute 6.914 on lap number 9. So all drivers seem to be, well, there is one driver that I'm just waiting on at the moment, and I think Daniel Yildiz has yet to come through to complete. Well, he is now. Last but by no means least, the nicest guy you would ever want to meet. Always smiling. Never have I seen him get aggressive at anybody. Always apologising. The most placid human being I've ever known. And it's so nice to have someone like that here. That kind of character. That kind of, you know, the person that never gets riled up. The person that never gets angry. And he's still willing to go out there and race and do his best. And sometimes the win, you know, it's not always about the winning, it's always about the taking part. And that's what I love about this championship, that I see so many people from different walks of life. And there are some people, as Daniel Yildiz nicely yields there, good spatial awareness for the FM racing driver in the 572. And never has a bad word to say about anybody. Never. I've heard nothing but praise and only good things about Daniel Yildiz. A true gentleman in every single sense of the word, and also all the syllables in that as well. Under 90 minutes and 90 seconds to go. 90 minutes, what am I thinking here? I could be up here all night. 1 minute and 20 seconds still to go, and Sebastian Humpelhardt is keeping ahead of Murański. But Murański has now started to try and respond. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race before quickly being deposed by 70 thousandths of a second thanks to Michael Becker in the process. And that just means he gets a name check as well, even though he is running fourth at the moment, the RS Competition driver in the 5.26 representing Germany. So the gap now between first and second, last time around was 0.9. And Murański is going to try and do the level best that is possible And there is only so much that you can push and try to move as far forward as you can, but has kept a gap between himself and Christoph Adams in third place. Fourth is Michael Becker. Thomas Schumacher from KSB Racing Team rounds out the top 5. A great job by Reinaldo Gremiger, who started 10th, now is in 6th place. Tom Dessert, Karl Klebold, Rudi Champion and Konrad Bayer round out the top 10 positions. As we now go on to the penultimate lap, and the gap has doubled. Moransky, I think, has just decided, well, at the end of the day, a championship is a marathon, not a sprint. So I think he's going to settle for the points. You know, they're both going to be on 45. They're going to both be leading the standings, leaving this round, heading into Wackersdorf in just 4 weeks' time at the Pro Kart Raceland circuit. But I think in some way, shape or form, Sebastian Rumpelhardt, despite having not the greatest qualifying heats that he probably would have liked, when it comes to the Euro Trophy, it's more a case of what you do on finals day that is more prevalent. Okay, you're not necessarily going to have the best qualifying heats order at the end of it all, but you do get a sense that the driver that does keep a little bit in reserve is the one to watch out for. And Rumpelhardt, who now is on the final lap, has a lead of over 2.1 seconds on Slavomir Moransky. So we are now on our final lap of the weekend. We've had over 377 minutes, over 6.4 hours worth of racing and 34 races. 7 5-minute qualification sessions throughout the last 48 hours, starting at 4:30 on Friday afternoon. Sebastian Rumpelhardt now comes through turn 9 for the last time. Puts down the accelerator hard. Down as there is a definitive dry line coming onto the circuit now as the racing action comes to its inevitable conclusion. And as fast as it came around, it was even quicker, seeing it fly on by. Slavomir Moransky now loses out to Christoph Adams on the penultimate corner. But, provisionally speaking, one hand in the air as Sebastian Rumpelhardt from Oris Competition takes the win provisionally, and with it, I think, takes the weekend victory. Christoph Adams takes second, ahead of Slavomir Moransky. Michael Becker takes fourth. Nice to see Tanju Yildiz give himself a round of applause just for getting to the finish. And that's really, really inspiring there. Tom Dessert, I think, was finishing in 6th place, ahead of Reinaldo Gremiger. Karl Klebold takes 8th. Good job by Konrad Bayer from Germany with Oris Competition in the 508 to finish in 9th place. Rudi Champion and Bruno Dos Santos complete the top 11 positions. Bart Koolman will finish in 12th place. Jonathan de Brouwer from France and Tanju Yildiz round out the final finishing order of the weekend. So that concludes our 34th race this weekend. Our 230th race now consigned to the history books. Despite what has been going on around the world, the tragedy in Lebanon with Beirut, our thoughts are with them at the moment. Our thoughts are also with a German driver by the name of Konstantin Kapentanidis, who passed away during a motorcycle accident on Wednesday this past week as the karting fraternity mourns the 19-year-old's loss. We will be getting our social distancing podium underway very, very shortly with some fantastic trophies being handed out. But I am going to take somewhat of an inspirational quote, and it is from a Sylvester Stallone movie, from Rocky Balboa. And I think this just shows the resolve of the human spirit. It says, the world ain't all sunshines and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place. And I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is going to hit hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you get hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. The first official round of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy is in the books. We have fought back against adversity, against a pandemic that has not been seen in over a century of this large scale. We are Rotax. We are the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. We are proud to entertain you. Personally, it has been an emotional drama for us all. Not being able to see families, being locked down in our houses, not being able to travel, not being able to do the things that we were able to do before certain restrictions were put into place. The new normal is with us now. We have to accept it and run with it, not fight against it. If we fight against it, the battle and the war will not be won. Keep fighting, keep staying safe, keep healthy, and the main thing is, be there for your friends when they need you most, and likewise. Have a very good evening. Thank you for watching wherever you are in the globe, and a very good evening. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday night. Goodbye, and we'll see you at Wackersdorf on the 4th of September.